up, Glocks? What's up, yo? Told you I'd be live today. I just wanted to work out before I started stream. I worked out, took a shower. We are live. That's good. A lot going on. I'm gonna go to what's it called? Universal tomorrow. I bought tickets. My wife and I are going. So I'll be driving up to LA tonight. That's fun. Do you have soak? I do. I have soak. I have 2 taunters. To be honest, I should have looked it up. I was planning on just switching to a taunter. Even those shiny killing videos are fire. Well, you're in luck. That's the next video. You're in luck. That's the next video too. 3 words after all 5. Yep. Yep. And we're 19 away. Yeah, you're in luck, dude. You see the Discord thumbnail for the new video? Thank you. The Door Duo coin flip of Destiny. Feels good to be on my PC again. I miss it a lot. What's up, Lola? Good to see you. Dude, is that a Ditto icon? What the heck? This badge is earned by subscribing or gifting a sub to a Poketopia streamer during the launch. Dude, that one's sick. That one's sick, dude. Why didn't anyone tell me? Is that still going? Is it too late to get a badge? That one's still going, Lilith? Why can't I? He's over, dang. Why can't I realize? Feel free to disagree with me, guys, but I think my utility team is unmatched. Like, you guys are welcome to disagree. Hey, what's up, Reverse? Welcome back. Thank you for the sub. And then I have other utility mods, of course. Well, I don't think this is even me ego tripping. I need to turn down the volume for the music on YouTube real quick. There we go. That's better, right, YouTube? You like that one better? What's up, Sheik? Oh, hey, YouTube viewers and Twitch viewers, if I forget to put on music, if I need to adjust some things, I will not be offended. Dude, my Psyduck is so canonically accurate. My Psyduck, hey, what's up, man? What's up, Sheik? But my Psyduck is so canonically accurate. Like, the fact that it got Whirlwind out and was the one to kill a shiny. What do you mean, Riot? But my Psyduck having the opportunity to be 6x31 and only rolling the minimum IVs, and unironically getting a 16 and a 16, which was the lowest the stat could physically be, and then getting Whirlwind out and being the one to kill a shiny. My Psyduck is so canonically accurate, it's not even funny. You coming? Why would I come to a riot, boss? What do I have to be ungrateful for? Yeah, if you want to riot, the best thing to do is like go get a job. We can save Unova, bro. You're literally in Unova. Yeah, if you want to riot, I recommend like getting a job, go working out, maybe eating a little healthier, going to church. Yeah, shower and other things. Amen. I'm Muslim? Okay. Well, it's still good to have you here, Sheik. Let's see. Dude, I'm in the market for a shiny Murkrow, but there's never any good ones. I think if I need to buy a Ditto unironically, which stinks because Dittos are always so ridiculously expensive. I make myself believe. And then Honchkrow doesn't even exist. I have a 69 IB. I have a 69 IB shiny Alakazam. I named them Awesome Powers. Let's see what we're looking at. So we're that's a dead end. Could look up a Psyduck. Everything is never as it seems. Please take me away from here. Please take me away from here. Please take me away from here. That's not bad. 3 IVs for 10 mil. I don't think that's worth it. Do you, chat? Especially because I like the attack nature. I like the nature on mine. I'd get the guaranteed 31 defense. Special attack would be guaranteed. Speed would coin flip. I'd be coin flipping the 31. I think I would it. Oh man, I don't know. Its IVs are just so crap. It bugs me. Yeah, I should probably just keep it as is. It's fine. It's canonically dumb. Doesn't need to be rebid. Shiny Spinda, huh? What's up, Goose? How you doing, boss man? I need some alarm. $12.45. There we go. Doing good. Had my first day at my new job today. It was lots of fun. Heck yeah, dude. That's awesome, man. What do you do now? What's up, Andre? Why is yours unknown OT? Well, it has the same IVs as me. Similar nature, too. Oh, Feebas breeder? I see why. The King's Fall particle is really underrated. I love that particle. Oh, it's not bad value. You're not going to high coin flip it? Or was this just a cheap secret? Was this just a cheap secret? And is your Feebas already female or no? You want to link it to me? You want to link your Feebas? I don't like your breeds at all. What's up, Starfix? Because like your stats are, you want to get them all close to 20 and then higher. You know what I'm saying? I guess you don't care about attack, do you? So your Psyduck is decent value because it's 31, 31, 31, 30, 24. And it has all the boss particles. This is for the particle transfer. Okay. No, this is just a cheap secret shiny. So you're just taking the L with IVs. This is going to be a downgrade to your IVs, unfortunate. But I mean, the 26 HP is going to be nice for you. Defense is going to get negatively affected, is what it is. And you're not going to have good defense with him. But again, this is for boss particles. No, this is a good breedish. It's just you're going to get like no good 31s out of this. And you have no chance to up it, obviously. But this is clearly just to get the secret particle and to get this. Okay, that's a lot smarter, because I don't like this breed, because it's going to downgrade your current IVs. Yeah, that's smart. You have the Magikarp yet, or no? Yeah, you're doing it the expensive way. Yeah, you're doing it the expensive way. Were you here when I did 500 million worth of breeds? Nice. So if you go into my VOD, it's on my YouTube videos to make. But if you go into my VOD of last stream, so one of my streams was a giveaway, and then at the end of the stream, what's up? What's up, C1 thing? But if you go to the VOD of last stream, I did my giveaway where I even gave away a shiny Psyduck, funny enough. But yeah, man. So we gave away all of our money. We gave away like 800 mil, and then I gave a shiny Psyduck as a viewer reward for those who stuck through my giveaway. And then I proceeded to breed 8 different shiny OTs that with 6x31s. But like this is an example of it working out. This was one breed, Lilith. I guaranteed the adamant nature and did one breed with this. Like, Lilith, how much do you think this cost me, including particles? I paid 21 mil for it. I got a 21 mil 6x31 secret shiny Banette during the height of the recession. And I just big dicked it. And this is how it rolls. You've seen my coughing, right? That's one IV off perfect. That was like a 22 mil breed. But remember, every time there's one of those, How much do you think this Psyduck cost? I grabbed the last decent all boss particle breeders except Pumpkin. That's way too expensive to breed it myself. The Psyduck was about like, I'd say you're right. Like I think it was like 23 mil. How am I not tired of this game? Because it's my dream game. Like the reason I've always been outspoken about like the game and their balancing issues and the lack of player retention is because I've played actively for 4 years. It's really easy for like a lot of the content creators to be like, man, our game stinks, or this is what we're gonna um this is what we're gonna do for this, and like this is what I think, and all of them just talk out of their butt from the most part. I've been one of the game's most active players for 4 years, you know. And I'm just gonna say it, some players have room temperature IQ and there's no helping them, but it is what it is. Sometimes the person offering correction is out of love and people don't understand that. Nobody really likes criticism. I think I'm autistic or acoustic. Yeah, Nad. I heard the market is horrid and it's pay to get richer now, though. Well, the thing is, you can't even pay to get richer anymore because you can't even pay to get richer anymore um, because RP is so devalued in comparison to what it was. But anyone who watched my stream, there's a couple of you like Lilith's here. Anyone who watched my stream heard me say that RP was gonna crash and to not hold it, and here we are. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then which one am I missing? You lose 800k every time you try to sell 1k RP. Lol, yeah, true. Because I used to be a big Lepa farmer, and I got banned for logging on my laptop when I went to the France, and they banned me for selling an account. I opened a ticket, and the mods literally couldn't care. Yeah, that's how it's always been. I spoke out against that too. It is what it is. Like, man, the fact that they make as much money as they do, and they won't like invest in employing one person to audit tickets, and they use unpaid moderation teams to decide the fate of people's $100,000 accounts in some cases, is just insane to me. It's like if you the amount of money lost by bad like support personnel is insane. Like they almost banned me at one point, like, and then I couldn't even talk to a real person who was employed by the game or had any idea how to solve a problem or help in any capacity. And instead they responded with an emotional ban on what was an issue. In fact, they were trained to give an automated response. And people to this day will still fight me on that. And it's like the amount of damage that gets done by two players by the support personnel. How often, like I love Amazon and I defend them even though they're a corporation that has decreased in quality, is because there's been many instances of like a package doesn't arrive. I hop on with the support staff and they go, "Hey man, that's our bad. We're giving you the item for free." You know? And that negative experience, the fact that you get helped, builds so much consumer trust, and it gives you such a more popular, like positive, um, gives you such a more positive like opinion of the game, and like it makes you want to support them. And that goodwill is what keeps companies like Costco alive. That goodwill is what keeps companies like Chili's alive. It's because they put the consumer first. And sometimes long term, like Steam, right? Like what Steam's doing with their game developing app, is putting the consumer first, treating the customer with respect as a person is profitable, especially in a market where every business is trying to make their shareholders happy and they don't care about the longevity of their business. They just want to see milk and milk and milk. There is value in treating your employees correctly. There is value in treating your consumer base correctly. But like, I came to terms with it a while ago now that they do not see a future in this game. Otherwise, they would have listened. That or they're just so severely incompetent that it's not worth even talking about or offering correction. W. Gullet, I'm here too. Hey, what's up? What's up, Mikey? Are you? Oh, wow, nice Metagross, boss. Nice Metagross. Mikey, are you the Team Horde member who got a swarm Metagross 2 seconds ago? If you want to get back into the game, is if I want to get back into the game, is Lepa farming still profitable? Leper profiting is one of the few things left alone, so it still is. Especially with shiny wars around the curtain. Yeah, you're good. You're good to Leper pop right now. What's up, Pia? Good to see you, friend. Steam's winning at the moment by letting their competitors nuke themselves from orbit. It's fun to watch. I've always loved Steam. Even like there's so many games I have on Steam that I'm never gonna play because I just play PokeMMO and I don't play any other games. But yeah, man, that's not you, but that's sick. Here, let me show my teammate. Um, but yeah, dude, I'm happy to see companies that treat their consumers do well. I always frequent Costco and Chili's. Like, I'm somebody who Goodwill, I'll take an L on a business decision if I like the way you do things. But dude, yeah, somebody was asking the other day, is being on Minish's team gonna like negatively affect your shiny odds? Well, let me just show you some of my teammates real quick. So Pato had a zero phase Muna, by the way, one of my favorite shinies in the game. It's so cute. One of the best shinies in the game. I love Muna. And he also got a 2x31, no phase. Another teammate got. See, we have a lot going on. Let's go to Shiny Showcase. Let's see. Another teammate got a Swarm Shiny Metagross. Where's that? There's been a couple good ones. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, we made Ryu switch his alt to his primary because while he was completing his alt dex, Homeboy got a shiny Tortuga. Just he got one fossil and hit a shiny Tortuga. Like I bought a 5x31 Secret Shiny Dragonite for 31 mil, and I feel like an idiot, but Dragonite was always one of my favorite shinies. That's not bad value, boss. Brazzy, let me tell you to your face, you did okay. I know the market. I know the shiny 31 IB market as good as anybody. Did you get an insane deal? No. Did you get a bad deal? No. You did okay. Realistically, a secret shiny Dragonite, depending on its gender, goes between 28 mil and 38 mil. You didn't do too bad. Oh yeah, Brownie got Squirtle, yep. Gabe looking at Epic, Sony, and Microsoft going, yeah, they're idiots. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I love Steam. Good luck on the goal shot. I'm on Pharisee, 33K at the moment. Good luck, man. I love that Joltik is a Pharisee the phase, or Clink, depending on where you choose to do it. But I like that cave. I love Dynamo. Dynamo is one of my favorite shinies, but it's a 20% on the bottom floor if anyone wants it. Love this song, by the way. I'm a OU, a goblin, and I use BP to breed 3x31 males. 12K BP gets me about 300K-ish for a bit of admin work. Nice. My meta took me a year and a half. I wish in a swarm. That's cool. Yeah, the cool thing is when you get a swarm shiny, you have an excuse not to breed it up, you know? Next secret shiny was 55 mil. Yeah, you didn't do bad. A secret shiny Dragonite for 30 mil, 5x31, that's not bad, especially if it's nature. Is Dynamo 20%? I always thought it was 40% like most own. Nope, it's 20%. I want to breed my swarm of a Venusaur so bad, but I don't want to get rid of the metadata. Exactly, you can't breed it. My mate took a year and a half. I wish, yeah. Nice meta, dude. And GG's on that, by the way, Techno. Techno, do you have Blastoise too, or no? I know the market for secret shinies has fallen to an extent, but yeah. A good deal is 28 to 32, so doing 30 is not bad. Depending on gender. Sadly, no? Okay. I myself am waiting for somebody to quit the game with a comp Honchkrow or Mudcrab. Okay. Yeah, but if you're patient and you want to breed, chat, for anyone who's trying to make perfect Pokemon, you should wait until somebody quits the game with a 5x31 and just coin flip. Unironically, that's the strat. If any of you guys want like, oh, I want a perfect max IV Parasect. Well, what you should do is wait until somebody with a similar egg group quits the game and posts like a 5x31 or 6x31 with all particles, and you can get it relatively cheap for like 130 mil, and then just coin flip. It's the most efficient way to breed OTs. They should let you keep the catch time locations and counters when you breed your OT shinies. Don't understand why they don't. It stops grass touchers from breeding their stuff up. Amen. Amen, Joel. That's a great take. Oh, wait. That's the wrong link. Somebody asked to see some of my secrets, so I had that on one. Accidentally flexed on our teammates. My bad. My bad. Somebody asked for a whisper earlier. Go fast. I love my Clefairy. Yeah, I got this dirt cheap, you know? I just spent 30 million on the Audino with no perfect IVs. And then I spent 130 million on the every particle, what's it called? Togepi, and then I just coin flipped. The only thing we know about the devs is that they love money, and that would give them more money. That's not the only thing we know about the devs. We know the devs have very thin skin as well. There's a lot we know about the devs. Best shiny Gothitelle strat spot right here, boss. Oh, I bred it, so I can't show you. I'm sorry, I bred it with a 5x31. Give me a second. I have it on my order list. Well, Route 9, Unova, Darkgrass. So walk past if you're hooking a left from to the Route 9 When you hit the grass, walk past the grass, you'll see Duosion spot. Keep going until you hit the dark grass, and the dark grass will be 100% guaranteed to feed it. Welcome back, team. Well, that said, they love to condescend us. You think you do? I think they're just. We know the devs are extremely arrogant. We know that too. I got a Swarm Lickitung shiny from my first during the 20th anniversary. That's awesome. Are Swarm shinies worth more than normal single encounters to the buyer? I think it's marginal, but yeah, I think there's a higher desirability for Swarm shinies. They're cooler for collectors and giveaways. Was it ever confirmed that they're European? Can't remember. They're based out of Russia. Or at least the lawyer was. They're legal teams out of Russia. I think you got to get one for the Amlet coin strap. Blazing Thunder is no longer a member of Team Horde. Did we care about that, Kit? Is that the guy we agreed to kick? I'm getting Eastern European vibes. Just a feeling. He was the one I asked to kick. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I assumed you already did it. I gave you permission at like 1 a.m. this morning. It was 12:30. I was opening my eyes and I was reading the logs, and I'm like, yeah, kick him. I saw 2 instances of begging for money. And then I'm like, oh, I don't like this guy. And then he said I should ask Minish for money. And I'm like, okay, get rid of him. We're not having another 29 charm situation, you know? I'm Xana in the team, by the way. Oh, I like your Twitch name. Lit looks awesome. What a lit name. Dude, Barbaroach Meteor Falls is sick. Also, if anyone leaves Link, let me know. I call dibs. Yes, I got so he asked for a loan after he bought. So here's the absurdity of it. Lilith, are you still lurking? Is Lilith still lurking here? Heading to lunch. Have a good stream. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. Well, if Lilith can attest to this, if he's still lurking, but Lilith was selling Ditto boxes at the time, and I was like buying all of his Ditto boxes because I buy them from my friends primarily, and it's a lot easier than dealing with the trade chat cancer. And I asked Lilith for his Ditto box. So this guy has been begging me for money. He says he needs money to get a Jimmy run team so he can get some income going for himself, and he says he has no money. And then like this is one row of whispers above. He's just constantly been begging me for money over and over again, and I'm just like, bro, what? You're a late game player with a bunch of shinies. What's going on? Why do you need money? And then I'm thinking about it, and then in the same frame, I asked Lilith. I'm like, Lilith, can I buy your Ditto boxes? He goes, no. This guy. I sold him I sold him 6 Ditto boxes. I'm like, You sold him 6 Ditto boxes, huh? So the guy complaining that he has no money for a gym rerun team purchased 6 Ditto boxes at 300K. The guy's saying, Midish, I need money. Help me and I'll pay you back. And he purchased 6 Ditto boxes at 300K apiece. Can't make this up. And I'm like, excuse me? And then I find out he's been begging teammates for what's his name, by the way? I've repressed the memory. I've repressed the memory. And he's also popping charms and stuff for, I guess, his breeds, because he was breeding. But apparently, he said his OT Staryu was relisted on the GTL, and if everyone on the team could give him a couple million, and every little bit would help, so he could buy it off the GTL. So our teammates, being good-natured people, all gave him money. Abe here gave him like 2 million or something, and then he got his Staryu back from the GTL. Meanwhile, he wanted money from me and would beg me every day while I was at work. Like, people on the team knew not to spam message me. But it was bad. It was just bad. It's like he kept spamming me, kept e-begging, was warned multiple times to stop. And then I said to the people in leadership, I'm like, this is getting bad. If he begs me one more time, I'm gonna kick him. And then he begged me again. And I'm like, okay, sorry, boss. And then he goes into like team chat and has a meltdown in the Discord when he got kicked. Like straight told him, I'm like, hey brother. Like I was told him, I'm like, look, there's no hard feelings. Oh, I don't think we're vibing, and that's it. And then he goes into Discord chat. It's like, what little demon is whispering in Minish's ear, telling him I'm scamming people? Da 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 da. I'm not scamming anyone. You guys all agreed to give me the money. Wait, Shadowbone is up like crazy? Should I sell mine? I remember giving Swerve money for his Shadowbone. I remember giving Swerve money for his Shadowbone. He still hasn't responded or reimbursed me. I need to mail him right now. Otherwise, I'll report him. His name is Tuna. DZ, thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. I would love a Shadowbone, weak link. Hated. Oh, Oh, did I write pated? I did write pated. Yeah, dude. I've been awake since 1 a.m. Give me a break. It's been 4 months, brother. May you pay me back or send the Shadow Bone Club back to me and I'll pay the part. You paid it back already, please. Otherwise, it's going to be a report. It's been 5 months. Will you be participating in the April Fool's Day Shiny Hunt? What's the April Fool's Day Shiny Hunt, DZ? Tien has an electric swarm. Minish, I'm 37k dry, 17.5k on Mag's Horde. Please help, please. This is the unluckiest I've ever been. If you are struggling with that, my friend, if you're struggling with 37, that's Xbex, that's Xbeck, another teammate. Oh, welcome, boss. It's a shiny hunt with reserved stats. The person with the lowest IB poke wins. The reward is a shiny Gulpin. Is somebody regifting the shiny Gulping prize I gave out? Is that from our team? Is somebody regifting the shiny Gulpin I gave out? It's a catch event. Oh, so it's an official event. It's not a team event. Oh, it's an official one? Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. They're a waste of time, dude. Wasn't the tuna guy on our team? I kicked him because his friend was one of the people who was actively causing problems. It was a long-standing 1-year drama, and the guy just couldn't be helped. So our entire leadership came together and made the executive decision to kick him and all of his friends from the team. And the team's been better for it ever since. He himself was fine, but the guilt by association. But yeah, good luck on your 37k hunt, bro. But if you're struggling with 37k hunt 5 boards, it's gonna get hard for you. If you have an open spot on your charm, I don't have a charm, brother. I don't know what stream you're watching, but I don't even have a charm on right now. No, you're good, dude. I think catch events are a waste of money because the cost of balls are worth more than the Pokemon you catch, and that's not even counting the time commitment. Like the game is in such an unhealthy state right now that catching Pokemon is will lose you money. You have like no return on investment. Even if you catch like a 31, it's like cool, you still lose money overall. So I think catch events, you're better off just shiny hunting for Gulpin instead. You'll lose less money and it'll be less retarded. I was watching CS2 Major when y'all did that. That's funny. 45k, mostly singles, less shiny was 42k. I assumed you were always on charm 24 hours for previous vids. I'm rarely on charms. The last 5 months I've rarely been on charms. My Leppa Berry expenditure alone is in the billions, so I have them, but I've mostly been stockpiling at this point. 45k, yeah, 45k singles is bad. Yeah, boss. Shiny charms are a waste of money. Like, objectively, if you are not egging, your return on investment, shiny charms are a waste of money. Hey man, I haven't come here in a minute. Just wanted to say you're the best dude. Still remember that favor you did for me? I'm sure you don't remember, but you're a king dude. What favor did I do for you, friend? But I appreciate the positive sentiment. I'm glad you're doing well, friend. Yeah, spending a dollar USD in a state where RP is as lowly valued as it is, or yen is as highly valued as is, like spending that much RP for a slight increase in odds for an hour period is just insanely bad value proposition. Even if you hit the maximum 5 hordes, the per time versus level expenditure, just mathematically, it's not good for you. You're much better off taking the 100 RP and converting it directly in Lepa berries than not doing a shiny charm. I know I made like a couple 100 million off of the Christmas camo getting manipulated. For any layman's watching, the 20 million, or it's probably less now. It's probably like 17 million, or if that, right? What is $100 get you these days for yen? Went down to 29, huh? Yeah, I bought mine in at 13 mil. I'm still sitting on 5. Like 10 mil. Alright, so 10 mil is $100. And to give you guys a little bit of perspective, from the last RP fall off, I'm up in terms of just value unliquidated, I'm up over 2 billion, with 10 million being $100 USD. Dude, I'm still mad about the camos being so expensive so fast. I really want one, man. I'll tell you what, Techno. I'll give you one right now for 28 if you want. I'll give you one of my, I think I have 11 camos. I'll give it right now for 28 mil. Because you're my friend. A million undervalued. I kind of expected the camo to be expensive. It's basically a ghillie suit. I thought it'd be expensive too. That's why I invested into 10 of them and then one for myself. Elven hair, how's that doing? I have a couple of those. Yeah, I'll hold one for you, Techno. I'll tell you what, Techno. I'll agree that whenever you have the money, as long as all of them don't get listed and I don't sell all of them, and I have one left over, I'll agree to a $29 million price tag within the next 3 months. Okay. Like unironically, as my friend, even if it goes up to 40 mil, I'll sell it to you for 28. Okay. And every time you wear it, you'll think of me. I'm not trying to rip off friends. Also, don't feel pressured to buy them at all. I plan on holding because ghillie suits and one size fits all type cosmetics tend to go up in value. That's why I bought them for long-term investments anyway. Elven hair. Ain't no way they're at 15 mil. Why are they at 15 mil, chat? What are the requirements to join your team? Not be dumb. Not be cringe. Which disqualifies half the community. I have him on my alt. No alts are allowed on the team. That's that shiny Metagross looks sick. You hear that, boss? You hear that, Mikey? Your shiny Metagross looks sick. I don't know any self-respecting team that takes people's alts accounts. That's what I grinded for. Compliments. Amen. Everybody shiny hunts that have 6 no life losers tell you, wow, this guy is so cool. That's why I do it too. Like, my wife will look at me like I'm retarded. I'll be like, I got a shiny. And she'll be like, that's great, babe. Like, she's just happy. It made me happy. And then, like, we'll be like, oh, we got one. That's awesome. No one understands. No one could ever understand. I have to, like, convert things into how much money I could get it in within the scope of the game. I'm like, okay, that shiny I got, this shiny I have, is worth 130 million, which is worth $1,300. Did I tell you guys? Did I tell you guys what legitimately happened? I still can't believe it. So I was cooking a pizza for us, and my wife was helping me in the kitchen, and like, I do the 0-carb pizzas with Greek yogurt technology, for anyone who doesn't know. And I'm a dang good cook. I'll show some pictures on stream. But I had my wife like do one single. I was gonna have her do encounters while I was stirring something. So I handed her my phone, and then she goes, "What does this mean, babe?" And I look over, and she did one encounter. I'm not making this up, chat. I'm not even exaggerating. She did one encounter. She did one encounter and got a shiny Rufflet. My Rufflet redemption. She did a single encounter, hit the button one time, and then I saw, she's like, what does this mean? And she triggered the, are you sure you want to run away prompt. Sorry, I accidentally killed my camera, chat. Has my fake camera not been on? What happened? What happened? Oh, did I minimize it by accident? Oh, did I destroy it? What happened? Shiny hunting is skill-based. I'm actually mad about it. I'm super happy, but I'm also like low-key mad about it. It was my own account. It's my shiny, but I'm like, are you kidding me? I think lifetime, I've had her hit the button like less than 50 times and she has a shiny. What am I doing with my life? My cousin's name is Cecilia. I'll see you breaking my heart. But I like freaked out at her. I'm like, don't run, give me the phone. Send my resignation to the bride in the ground. My donor expired, did. Oops. That's not good. See chat, I'm poor these days. Remember to keep an eye out for me, chat. I don't play as much as I used to. Loudred for leader when? Do you want me to, Abe? What's up, Cooney? The good news is I have enough RP. The idea, chat, is I'm going to use my RP every bit. I have mathematically enough RP for the next 46 years. So I am going to get donor status for the next 46 years. That's my RP investment plan. What do you think? I'm never going to put another dollar into the game is the plan. And I use my current RP that I invested. For a timeline chat. I invested $16,000 worth of RP and sold it all at 2.9 million on average. Then the price fell to 1.6 million, and I resold, and I bought all my RP again, and then I resold that RP at 1.89 million, and then it fell to 1.5 million. And I used all my liquid capital to buy it again at 1.5 million, getting all my RP back. And then I invested, because I had a lot of liquid capital in between my RP, I invested a lot of my capital on alpha particle mons, right? Kanto and Friends alphas, right? Like what I have listed right now. I invested a lot of my particles on Kanto and Friends alphas. I got like 7 boxes of them. Each one of them made me 2 million. I invested into blood particles, blood lotus particles, and I invested in at 80k a piece. Now they're 415, and I believe I have 120 of them. I invested into 10 Christmas camos. Each one of them was invested at roughly 13 million. Now they're at 30 million. I invested into Ditto Shinies, right? When they fell all the way down to 3 million. And then I told my chat to buy out all the shiny Dittos. And then I put the particle on them. And now the particle shiny Dittos are already selling for 7 million a piece. And anybody watch my stream, everybody's like, Minish, what do I do to invest in? I'm like, we're not even in event season. I don't even play the game like that anymore. But legitimately, and I don't ever recommend doing this. You should all conceptualize every investment you make. But if you turned your brain off and listened to me, you would have made so much money. I also, even before the event, as soon as the rework came out for the gingerbread mask, my alt has it. I'll put my alt on the screen. When the gingerbread mask got reworked, this was a cosmetic that, if you look up the gingerbread head right now, The gingerbread hat used to be only worth 800K. Then they reworked it to look like this, and I bought out, me and Shaco and a lot of other people, we bought them all out, and I resold some at like what are they up to now? Let's see. I wonder if I sold early, but I don't regret it because I used that investing. Yeah, they're at 9 mil. So I did good because I sold at 11. I wasn't sure if they went up. I was expecting them to be at 18. But the good news is I have enough liquid assets. I have enough stuff where I never have to put money into the game again. If I need some money for Lepa berries, I'll sell an alpha starter. If I need to make an investment, I'll sell a Christmas camo. I'm not at the point where, because I don't plan on egging, if I plan on egging again, I'm gonna lose billions and it's gonna be a sustaining risk, and I might have to grind again. But if I keep my current gameplay loop of just mindlessly Lepa farming, um, there is nothing to keep me from ever putting another dime into the game. And a lot of people called me retarded. Firstly, I invested the $16,000 in as a tax write-off, and I got about $4,000 of that back off of my disposable income. And secondly, I knew RP was going to crash, and I didn't know when it would ever recover, and I never have to convert money into the game ever. Did I know it would be as bad as it did? Absolutely not. I didn't know it would be as bad as it did, but I knew it was going to be bad. But I converted when the last time you could ever convert. And if y'all listen to me, y'all could have been in the same boat. I thought you were going for eggs during war. I think I'm gonna do it with Team Board this year because there's too much stuff in my life going on, and I might be deployed. For those who don't know, there's a war going on, and I'm a naval sailor, and my ship is a warship that's fully functioning. So I'm a liability, and I don't want to do that to the Chinese. And I know if I am in port, I will be an asset to my team, Team Board, and I kind of want to do with them anyway. Looking at the long range schedule and when China Wars is supposed to be, and the fact that I may be in port, I may not. It's like a coin flip. I'll definitely be in port for some days, but I might lose internet during the Shiny Wars. So I'm not gonna try this year, I don't think. I think I'm gonna stay with Team Horde. But it was nice. I was gonna join. It's 1.45, yeah. I will figure it out. What's up, Sheep? If bro went to war with the Chinese while also being on a Chinese team would be hilarious. The Chinese people are usually really nice. I've already told that story on stream a bunch of times, but naval wise, China's ships usually follow us around or we follow them around. And it's a game where, like, if you are on a DDG or CG, usually you're either in a carrier strike group, which means you're on the outside, you're preventing ships from getting in range of the carrier, right? Um, in a formation. But most of the time, if you're doing solo ops, you'll be following a Chinese chip around, or they'll be following you around. And there was a day where there was a Chinese guy smoking a cigarette, and I was out there watching the sunset, and so was he. And then we just kind of looked at each other, and I made a peace sign. He made a peace sign back. And then my guys came out and started dabbing and stuff, and then his guys came out and they were waving, and it was really chill. And it's funny because we were both in shooting range. And so whenever anybody's like, "Oh, China's horrible," nah, dude, that's just their government, bro. Not everybody in China's horrible, and like it kind of gives you a perspective, right? Not every Israeli is evil. just their government. Not every Palestinian is evil, just their government, you know? And a lot of them are byproducts of what they get told. Like you could argue Americans are evil, right? Like some of them are like, "Oh, good thing Charlie Kirk got shot. Good thing like we're doing this." It like why would you be submissive to your husband? Why would you be submissive to your wife? Don't you know all women are H's? Don't you know all men are evil? Like these are American takes, you know, much less like foreign takes. Like there's crappy people from every demographic. But at the end of the day, I always remind myself, I'm like, Jesus still chose the cross. Remember whenever you look at a retard who's just like so stupid and just so dumb and just like makes you mad and just a drain on society, remember Jesus still chose the cross for that retard. And Jesus still chose the cross for the people in the Epstein files. Jesus still chose the cross for all of these horrible, horrible people. He still chose the cross. He knew he was gonna die, and he still chose the cross. And it's a really hard thing to like conceptualize, but he chose it for all of these retards and all of humanity. So nothing that is happening right now is unknown. It was all known that this would be the result, and that's why there's revelation and there's a bunch of other things. But for any of my fellow Christians, if you're not Christian, you're more than welcome to be here. I love you. But my take on this is whenever things look retarded and you think the world is like cooked, this was expected. It literally was said thousands of years ago that the world would be cooked and cooked worse than it is today, and it's leading up to it for anyone who's been paying any attention. So like you're not beyond redemption, and especially like when you look at your relatives, your wife or whatever, you're not without redemption. No one is without redemption, right? Like we all have our own struggles, and I think even at the end of the day, it's like if you don't believe a word I'm saying, which is fine, you know, that's your own choice. That's why you were given the choice, you know. You can't love somebody if there's no choice. You can't love somebody if you're forced to love them. That's the whole idea, right? That's the whole human condition. Um, but like, man, at the end of the day, I'm given grace, I give it to you. And they're even like take religion out of it, it's just a net positive, right? I work to help the people around me. I forgive the people around me. And regardless if you take religion out of it, for anyone who's done this, forgiving those who trespass against you makes you happier. Like there's nothing that will make you more miserable than doing the wrong thing, matching their energy whenever they wrong you, or doing some crap just to be petty. It makes you feel like worse. It like deteriorates your own soul to an extent, and it's like the worst feeling in the world. Alternatively, when you let things go and you're the better person, this miraculous thing happens and you forgive yourself. You understand, hey, I'm some loser playing PokeMMO, or I'm some loser doing X thing, or I could be doing better. But you know what? Like you still have pride in doing the right thing. You're not done, you know? Like no one here is done, right? Just gotta love yourself, and that's why and like it's funny the Bible's as old as it is. The first thing psychology will tell you is to love yourself and forgive yourself. That's the first thing therapy does. Is like, look, you're a human soul. You're worthy of love. You know, no matter what people lead you to believe, you're worthy of love, and that's just a fact. And that's the first thing the Bible tells you to do. Take the Bible out of it, but it says the first thing is to love thyself and love thy neighbor, right? And it's kind of crazy that that's even in there, you know? Thousands of years ago that was in there, and it still holds true today. Regardless of what your views on faith there is, it still holds true today. But yet, what an unfulfilling existence if I am wrong. I know I'm not wrong, but if I am wrong, what an unfulfilling existence it is to see value in those around me and forgive them, and then try to treat everybody with basic human kindness and respect. Oh, and then be happy by forgiving people. You know, I have unironically never been happier than I am now, and I owe all my blessings to God. And for those who don't choose not to believe in God, I owe all my blessings to the lifestyle I create for myself by believing in God, or God Himself in my case, right? So just it's just nice, and I think no matter how evil things are, my fellow Christians, just remind yourself that Jesus still chose to die for these people. Imagine if he said, screw dying on the cross and sick the angels on mankind instead. Dude, it like the testimony and like so like regardless of your views on Christianity or whatever, Jesus of Nazareth is the most documented human being in like existence. The fact that at some point Jesus of Nazareth existed is like so heavily documented throughout all cultures. Buddhists believe he's a Buddha. Um, Muslims believe he was a prophet. Like the fact that Jesus of Nazareth existed at a point in history is true. And the testimony of those who killed him being scared out of their minds and the earthquakes happening when he died, and it's kind of crazy. And how much of it has survived over the years, and just how much of the teachings have survived over the years. And even before he came, the prophecies that things he had to do and that he fulfilled every single one. And then a lot of people didn't understand them, but then they realized, like, you know, it's really, really crazy. And then you go into the weeds of it. You like have the shroud, and you have all these other little things. You have like the documentation on, well, you know, we did cross a land bridge at one point. You know, the Red Sea does lower in a certain conditions where it would be able to be crossed. You know, you have all this crazy stuff. Um, and it's always really faith affirming whenever like an atheist goes out of their way to disprove the Bible, which and then they become the most devout Christians that ever exist. It's always really faith affirming. And I love it when it happens. You know, it's a tale as old as time. Like one of my favorites was this really, really smart man. And by the way, I really think of it as this. Um, Having higher intelligence or having like a skill at something isn't as much as isn't something to necessarily be envious of. It means you have more responsibility. A good example is we can all like kind of relate to it. The idea of having higher intelligence and being more socially aware of what's going on around you, and you have a degree of nervousness that you don't have that other people don't have to experience. You have a degree of higher responsibility, and you feel more wasteful idling your time away in comparison to somebody who doesn't overthink things, right? So like the idea with our gifts being used against us is super biblical, and it's just super true even if you take the Bible out of it, you know. Said it a few times, but I personally believe parts of the Bible are based on potentially real events, just highly fictionized. Um, huh. Well, Zeta, can we give a refund? I'm not going to be watching YouTube videos, boss. Fix the gamer FFS. Yeah. Sorry, Phantom. I don't really want to be watching videos. But so like you're gonna have to Zeta if you're gonna make that, you have to get into the deep sea scroll arguments and like the dating on those scrolls, right? And like the dating on the parchments that are used, and then you can see that a lot of the events described in the Bible were carbon dated to be prior to these events happening. I think that would help you. There's a lot of documentaries on it. Then again, like at a certain point, you're still gonna have to have a degree of disbelief because you're gonna be like, oh well, how do I know these people aren't just incorrectly dating these? How do I know the carbon dating? Well, it's accepted by traditional scientists. It's accepted by the scientific community that these scrolls that talked about these events happening or these events were gonna happen are predating like the events, you know. So, and then you could have like because a couple of them came before it actually happened. But then you could argue like with the Moses and stuff in most of the Old Testament, which is just like the repeal of the laws of the Old Testament. You could argue what you're saying to be correct because that'd be before. But we're talking about the Bible here, not the Torah. Man, being a pantheist is so easy. I don't have to argue about anything. What's a pantheist? And it should never be arguing, right? It should never be arguing. Like when Zeta asked me the question, I asked myself, I'm like, how would I react if I wasn't raised Christian? How would I prove that Zeta is without a fact wrong without a degree of faith? And um, you know, at the end of the day, it's like can't really there's always gonna be like, well, were you there at the time, you know? There's a lot of like things you could look up that are interesting, like the teachings that were taught back then being so applicable today. But then you could talk about like how it talks about like the laws of Moses and how although those teachings are good today, where they added in, but the Bible's revisions go back pretty far, go back a couple of thousand years, and the sociology of the Bible still holds true today, which at minimum you could have some value in, but you could just argue the Bible is a really well written book at that point. Regardless, I believe in the Bible. I believe it would. I believe the Bible is with its teachings and stuff. But if you're going really deep into the woods, there's a bunch. It's one of those things where like you have so many things that line up a certain way that like the deeper you go into the weeds, the more you get convinced that it is the truth. And like as I said earlier, it's really faith affirming to see some atheists get really, and this is tells all this time, to see some atheists get into the weeds about the Bible, trying to disprove that Jesus Christ of Nazareth was a real person, and then coming to the conclusion that he was a real person, and they're cooked and then repenting and getting forgiven. My parents pretty much forced me to be a Christian. I remember one day they forced me to go to church by myself, and I got mugged. I stopped going to church now. I really don't think forcing Christianity is like among the worst things you can do, right? Profaning scripture, telling people things that aren't true. You linked your Rufflet video? Oh, that's funny. But yeah, you people need to make the decisions for themselves, right? That's super important. An analogy I do like though that was said the other day was you're on death row and a guy comes a guy comes and goes, "Hey, you're good. I'll take it for you. You're good. All I want you to do is tell others about me." And then you're let off scot free. You're not on death row, and your only responsibility is tell people that he took he took the weight and to let others know. And that's kind of our view on evangelism. Why would you ever harm another if you're going to live their life at some point? Exactly. And then I like the teachings of Paul when it comes to evangelism, right? If somebody's gay or trans, well, guess what? They're still Jesus's child. If somebody is an a-hole who steals, who's a murderer, well, guess what? They're still Jesus's child. You know, they're still a soul. They're still a person like you and me. Now, does that mean they're not accountable to their actions? Does that mean there's no justice? Does that mean you can't systematically defend yourself, and even to the point of sometimes being put in a position where you have to murder? Absolutely not. That's not at all what I'm saying. Um, a good analogy for this one is, you love your son, right? Any parents in here, right? If you or anyone, picture yourself being a parent. You love your kid. You did everything you could to set him on the straight and narrow. Your kid murders someone. Okay? So he's going to go to prison the rest of his life. And you're going to let him go to prison. Because at the end of the day, your kid murdered someone, right? And that just already happened. But does that mean you don't love your kid? No. It means your kid did something and they have to pay the consequences of their own action. that's not discipline is part of love, you know? And that's kind of how the heaven hell relationship is too. It's like, look, you're loved. By the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, there's still consequences. Mike just cut out? It shouldn't have cut out. What's up, Bong? Did Mike cut out for anybody else? What's up, Mystery? Y'all hear me? Mike, fine for you? Okay, okay. You're good. We can wait. Well, I can't hear anything. Just started playing PokeMMO recently. How do I get Sunstone? I need to evolve my Pikachu. You mean Thunderstone? Yeah. You can buy Thunderstones off the GTL if you've been your 4th badge. If not, here is a comprehensive story walkthrough, and you can control that Thunderstone in the region you're in. If you can't hear me for whatever reason, reload your page, because some people can hear me. No problem. I wonder why it cut out for some people. That's so weird, because my OBS had no issues. That's so weird. Yeah. Not a fan of that. I love this. My wife was like, "You haven't been to Hobby Lobby?" I'm like, "No, that's a girls' store. Why would I go to Hobby Lobby?" And because we were waiting for a restaurant to open, so we were walking around and just shopping. We ended up finding a lot of cool stuff. But I'm like, why would I go to Hobby Lobby? That's stupid. I went in Hobby. Oh, can I join your charm? I would love to. I went in. Hobby Lobby is such a good store. Oh my gosh, I ended up buying a bunch of crap. Um, this Pikachu flask, I put ice in it. Thank you, Pato. I put ice in it last night. I wake up this morning, there's still ice in it. It is so nice. It is like, this was 11 bucks. I love this thing. Manish, can I complain about RNG in here? Or do you not like that in chat? Well, having an outlet bump, right? Having an outlet and you is always like important, right? But you're talking to a lot of veterans primarily over here, right? So you're gonna have a lack of empathy. You're gonna get very real takes with me. You know, you're talking to some of the unluckiest people who've ever played this game. Just so if you want like empathy for being dry, a better placed event would be like Pat's stream, which is more new player. But you can always say whatever the heck you want as long as you're not being offensive. But yeah, bro. So like some people will be like, dude, I'm 100K dry, Minish. I'm crashing out. I'm like, wow, guys, 100K dry, 5 hordes? That's almost an at odds single encounter for 30K. Like 100K dry 5 hordes in terms of time commitment is less time than 30K singles. And a lot of us go 150K singles and then face with something like a Caterpie. I wish I could hit 100K on 5 hordes. That is rare. I don't feel that that's rare. I've done that 6 times on the new encounter chat. Is that rare? Like my Alpha Malone is at 100K. I feel yeah. I just hate my recent odds. 240K encounters and two shinies obtained. That's pretty bad, boss. But if you want a healthy perspective, right, in terms of time commitment, um, in terms of, well, the game's not coded correctly. We all know that. Anyone who's played the game for an extended period of time knows the game's not coded correctly. And they even the more time goes on, the more people pay attention, the more people notice that the game is just is like you play it for fun. But if you have any basis on like, oh, the game's coded right or the odds are what it is, no, the game's super cooked and jank. Um, but at the end of the day, it's as jank for everybody. Some people might benefit more than others off time a day or other things, but yeah, it is very vibe coded for sure. You definitely don't see instances of people hitting 240,000 eggs dry, right? In a system where it's supposed to be 1 in 30K. You definitely don't see people hitting 3 egg shinies in a month. You know, the game isn't coded correctly. That's just an objective fact. But by the same token, you have equal opportunity to play the game. Do I think the game is skewed against you? I think very, very rarely, if at all, there is any instances of a player specifically being targeted. I think it's more off of just, maybe you single encounter too much and there was an anti-bot system and you're now flagged. Like, was Hobby Lobby the one that got in trouble for to smuggle stolen artifacts and stuff? I think they're the ones that did that. Maybe, dude. That's brutal, C bump. But if you keep encountering, the math comes around. True. Here you go, boss. Here's my encounter table if you want to feel better. In C pump, I have had an instance of going 260,000 singles, right? Not full singles, like 80% singles, but like I've had an instance of going 280K singles, right? If you control F Bellsprout on that document, you'll see it. And then it took me a month and a half after, and at 260K, I turned off my encounter counter out of tilt. But that was heavily documented, and you can even look. I streamed every day, almost 16 hours a day, and it was 3.5 months of streaming before I got a shiny. I know you get shafted often, so I know to come here to hear it from a wise man. I appreciate that. Some people like to come though, and they don't want correction. They just want vibes. They just want to be like, "Man, I'm 100K," and be like, "100K? That's ridiculous! The game's at 30K odds! That's so horrible!" I had 18K on my last shiny, and my friend, he had 14K, and that's just not fair. It's like, yeah. Some people, I even today, and if you're still watching, what's up, buddy? But I had somebody even today being like, Minish, I'm at 37K. I can't do this anymore. And he was doing 5 horns. And I'm like, yeah, my brother. Like, with people like that, I don't even, like, try to save them. Because I've been streaming the game for 4 years. I have people who can autistically sit in grass for 18 hours a day and be completely content. And even they quit with the state of the game. What chance does a person who's having issues shiny hunting at 37K have in terms of longevity? It's just like the foregone conclusion is they will quit the game eventually. And I'm just delaying the inevitable. I'm just gonna give them it to real. Thank you. So I just need something to help me push through. I'm not new. I'm only 1400. Yeah, that's not new. Yeah, that's not new. If you're running around the world checking swarms, fishing, and switching to Shed a Ninja, throw some Dittos in there. Heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah, esoteric. Higher numbers make it more satisfying. I agree. At the end of the day, and I played World of Warcraft, MMOs in general, it's like big number. Big number! The big number. Child, look at my number. Big number. Yay! Actually, there's ups and downs. I always understand sometimes I need a vent, like you said earlier. No, yeah, yeah. I don't want to look. Everybody's situation is unique. Number go up. But everybody's situation's unique. Everybody deserves empathy. No one deserves to be like shamed for being at 37K. But by the same token, right? It's like you need to know your audience. If you start saying like my life is so hard, I'm at 37K, and then meanwhile one of my guys in chat is sitting here at 110,000 dry single encounters, and they're just giving you the biggest side eye for you typing that. I want you to know that's the audience that's looking at you right now. I'm more understanding. You're over odds. Oh, thank you, C-Bub, for the follow. You're at over odds, man. That sucks. I wish you got an encounter at 30K. That sucks, boss. I wish you got an encounter at 30K. Sorry, you're over 7K odds. That being said, can be infinitely more worse. Can be infinitely more worse. The fact is, whether you're 200,000 dry or one encounter dry, the other person may hit a shiny before you. I mean, if anything, a Mon being over odds makes it more rare. True. But you know what? True. My shiny Tenta that I got, my 170,000 single Tauros is the best Mon in the game, chat. My 170K dry single encounter Tauros, one of the most rare Pokemon in the game. My 260K plus, probably around almost 280K Bellsprout in the Safari. It's honestly, that one's cool. I didn't use it as an example because that one is cool because it is a Safari Mon that almost ran from me. But that's a rare Mon, you know. I love that they added the encounters, so I can be like, oh, Eldon was caught after 100,000 encounters. My 100K Slowpoke is my driest Slowpoke in the game. I'd bet on it. Base Safari Bellsprout. Dude, I have been over 100K 5 times on the new encounter. But I've also been insanely low a couple times, you know? So it's like, it is balancing out. You know, at the end of the day, the game is rigged for everybody. The game is spaghetti coded for everybody, you know? As long as you're not triggering any anti-botting systems, the game is spaghetti coded for everybody. Look at his Dynamo, one of my favorite shinies. I will never understand why Shunting doesn't name his Pokemon, but I just want to hit one under 1,000 one time. Then there's the guy that clicks Sweet Scent for a Minchino 5 encounters. Fever Dream. Where's the guy? Bro, my wife, on my own account, was making a pizza. Hit Sweet Scent one time. And goes, babe, what does this mean? And I look over, and it says, are you sure you want to run away from a shiny? And she got a shiny Rufflet. And I screamed, don't run, give me that. I am worse than my own wife on my own account. And that has lived rent-free in my head for the past week. Your wife has e-girl privilege. I'm proud to say my wife is off the internet. Her internet is Instagram. Yeah, and look how under odds the Rufflet was too, chat. This is how under odds the Rufflet was too. She's just the better shunter, except that she is. How long you been there at Golet? Enough to have 53,000 Golet encounters. Yeah, enough to have 53,000 total Golet encounters. I love Joji. I can barely see crap. My wife refuses to shun. I ask anyone that is around me to encounter a mon to see, but it never works. I usually do like 6 things at once. Oh, chat. Joji is great. I'm learning Glimpse of Us on piano. That's awesome that you even play the piano. I love that. Chat, I bought my wife and I do puzzles. We're puzzle nerds. And I'll be encountering as we do puzzles. And I literally just do, like, we go to Chili's all the time because it's cheap. We cook our own food and we clean a lot. But my life is work out, cook cheap food, go to Chili's, hang out in my hot tub, and do puzzles. And it is amazing. We're doing a 1,000-piece puzzle right now, chat. Yeah, we're doing a 1,000-piece puzzle right now, chat. And then I spent $50 on a frame so we can keep it forever once it's done. And I just spent $700 on a puzzle coffee table. I'll pull up pictures of that in a sec, but yeah. Tell me how pretty our puzzle is, chat. So what I like to do is I'll listen to like Asmongold videos. I'll listen to Asmongold videos as my wife and I do puzzles and kick each other. Hi, girl. Let's see. Files. Oh yeah, check out this table, chat. Worth every penny. It's like the coolest thing, and we're gonna be doing puzzles all the time. I bought some puzzles though. Puzzles are like MMOs. The bigger the number, the better. Amen. Her mom was like, I don't like to do 1,000K puzzles, and I'm like, babe, I think we're ready for the 10,000 piece. And she's like, no, we need to do a couple more thousand. And I'm like, okay. But like, oh yeah, chat, check it out. Check out what I negotiated for $400. My newest edition. I got a Super Mario Sunshine 9.6 Wada. And then this is what I ordered for us. It's like the sickest coffee table ever. And we'll just have our puzzle under it. Like $700. But yeah, legitimately, like, it is the most. We're going to Universal tomorrow. That's gonna be fun as heck. That's why I'm driving to LA right after stream ends, and we're gonna go to Chili's tonight. But legit, the funnest day ever is raging at my wife for having my piece on her side of the table. Why look for the one piece for 40 minutes? Because I'm doing greens, and the only way to do greens is to do what, like, you have to go off of the next screen. So I'm completely cock blocked from doing the rest of the puzzle because it's like different shades of green with this particular pattern, and like I need the specific green to connect, and then I'm looking and I'm auditing all my pieces because I have them all sorted by colors. Thank you, Mikey. I have them all sorted by colors in my little bag. And I'm like, where the heck is my green? Man. Ah! Oh, my camera's not on for YouTube. Let me turn it on for YouTube. But anyway, it was on her side of the board for 40 minutes. I didn't crash out, but I was upset. I didn't crash out. I was just upset though. I love my wife too much to crash out. Sorry, YouTube. I just realized this camera wasn't plugged in. My bad. My bad, chat. Oops. Let's see. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's a good angle. I'll take it. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick while I'm up. I'm also gonna reset my YouTube music. All right, and then we'll reset the alarm. There we go. Ow. Why am I getting a leg cramp? But yeah, guys. I actually, I don't do much shunning 65k encounters since the new encounter counter is 5k horde encounters. Is 4 hours bad? If so, how do I improve? You just get better over time, boss. For me, I can do 22,000 encounters in about an hour. I mean, 22, excuse me, that's so wrong. In about a day of consistent 18 hours play straight, you're looking at 22k encounters. That's my you're doing a good job a day. An hour you want to be doing 1,200 encounters an hour. If you're doing 5 hordes. That's proper 5 horde management. You all agree, chatter? Where is my bar 2i? But if I can do it, I feel like everybody can do it, you know? No problem. Yeah, 1,200, that's what you want to be gunning for. I recommend a gamer mouse. If you're playing on desktop, I recommend a gamer mouse. So I played a lot of World of Warcraft. So actually, I'm sponsored by Red Dragon. Let me copy my little link over for you. Get one with buttons on the side. That's my code if you want to give me a commission and for your sale. But yeah, so get a mouse with buttons on the side. Make your sweet scent the 1 key. For me, this is my comfort position. You're on YouTube, so you can kind of see maybe. Nah. Maybe? No, I don't think you can. I tried. But yeah, I have a specific mouse I need to use. I'm so comfortable with it. It's ergonomic for my hand. Red Dragon is OG. Thank you, Mikey. I've been using the same same mouse for since I was 11 years old, and I've been using the same mouse for 18 years. That's insane. I keep all my mouses. So I have the same mouse hooked up to the laptop. That's my 5th mouse, and this is my 4th mouse. So I've technically used 4.5 mouses in the last 18 years. And I refuse to pivot from my model. I use a very specific mouse. I hit Challenger Season 3 of League of Legends using this mouse. I'm like not mechanically inclined at all without this mouse. The way I hold a mouse is specifically the way this mouse is designed. 18 years using this mouse. I remember I originally got it off Amazon for $8. And I used a gift card off my Amazon account. My grandma made me the Amazon account, and I had to get the gift card to make the $8 purchase. $8.80. And then my mouse started costing about $30 back in 2019. And I think now the same mouse costs $40. Mouseflation is real. But in the beginning, Red Dragon was a Chinese knockoff company. Now it's like a well-respected company. That's why I never believe in brands. Because like people forget like Champion and other brands were Walmart brands. I go off of material. I don't care what the brand is. You need a bigger cup. You did the same, Mikey? You got a Red Dragon back when they were like $9? And then fell in love with the brand? That's funny. Yeah, I can't use a different mouse. You need a bigger cup, dude. I love this cup. I was just talking about it earlier. We got this from what's it called? We got this from Hobby Lobby for $11, and it keeps my drinks cold. I love it. Got a little Rogue Energy in here. Oh yeah, sponsored by Rogue Energy. Let me link that. Dude, I never link my sponsors. I need to do better with them. ROGUE. And then let's give some love to Smackin' Sunflower Seeds too. If any of you on YouTube want this, let me know. I'll copy the links over for you. We've almost made partner a couple times. Need to get cool and get a Stanley Cup. I think if you get a Stanley Cup, you're retarded. I don't think you're cool. I look at you and I judge you. It's like, wow. I literally buy this. It is the same thing as a Stanley Cup. It was $11. It keeps it's leak proof. Came with a straw. Has a Pikachu on it. And a 25. It keeps ice overnight without it melting. And you're paying $50 for the same cup? You're retarded. I use G Pro because I like the feel of a basic office mouse type of mouse, and it's the only one that fits perfectly. My first mouse was a Red Dragon. I forgot the model, but it was right before they started slamming RBG and everything when they stuck to red lighting. So I've had the same mouse forever, and it still uses the red lighting. I have a vertical mouse for carpal tunnel. If I zoom out my camera, can you see my mouse? Oh, you can. This is the same mouse I have used for 18 years. Which is a crazy thing to say, but it's true. I just cleaned it the other day. And I had to call the office. I had to speak to the support line. That's how I got my sponsorship. Because I brought up the fact that I was a streamer and I've been using their mouse, and they slapped the affiliate code while I was talking to the people. Because they kept sending me the wrong model. I'm like, no, no, no. I like the old model. I'm like, money isn't an issue. I need the old model. And then chat, they sent me 4 of the old models. They had them. They just didn't sell them on the site anymore. And they had them. So I have 4 boxes of the old models after 5 and 6. And I said, how much do they cost? And they just charged me the same price as the new model. They charged me the $35. But I'm like, look, I need the old model. I can't, whatever your new, I want this mouse. I'm like, money is not an issue. I actually need this mouse. My first mechanical keyboard was Red Dragon. It was aight for how cheap it was, yeah. I need this mouse. I cannot use another mouse. It irks me to no end if I don't use this specific mouse. Like, the buttons are an extension of my hand. Uh-oh, oops. And I can do all 12 buttons by rolling my thumb. Like, half my mechanic ability comes from being able to lean my thumb in different directions. Half my mechanic ability comes from my thumb going over like this and being able to press all 12 of the buttons like that. Like, I can even do the middle buttons. I just arc my finger on my thumb a weird way. Why I do this? But I mean, you do something for 18 years, you're gonna get good at it, you know? It's the cops are coming in, kind of sobering up. Oh, I need to set my alarm. And there's beer and coffee mugs and water bottles and soda cups, and it's clear I came through. And then my second mechanical board was a G910. I'm still upset with the Logitech for discontinuing that one. I'm not specific with my keyboard. They just have to be a certain way. I'm not specific with brands for the keyboard. Like right now, I'm using an ET robot. This I just cleaned it. It's already looking gross, but yeah, I'm not specific with my keyboards. I like a mechanical feel, but I like a clicky keyboard. But I'm not brand attached. I have a Red Dragon one as my backup, but that's because I got the sponsorship, so I get like 30% off. You guys get 10% off though using my affiliate code. And I get 20% of the total purchase. Use Red Dragon today. Use Red Dragon while you eat smacking sunflower seeds and drink Rogue Energy from your Starforge PC. Minish54 is the universal code for all the above, by the way. Nowadays, I kind of bounce between Steel Series and Corsair. Was tempted a few times into trying Razor. Razor sucks. Oh, Razor is the worst. I'm all Steel Series right now. Steel Series ain't bad. What's up, Austin? Welcome to the stream. Also, YouTube audience, come to Twitch for a better viewing experience. If you want to, if you want a no stream delay, better camera, better everything, my YouTube setup, my Twitch setup is a lot better. But if you like YouTube and ad free and just like YouTube, that's awesome too. I appreciate your support. I used to be. What's the best way to hunt Beldum? Beldum's pretty easy, right? There's a certain spot in and the cool thing when you hunt Beldum is Shelgon, Bagon, and all of them are in the same cave as Beldum. So Beldum is like one of the premier single encounter locations. I have 10 million. You can't stop thinking about it. Well, you can get a little bit of a payday farm location going for single encountering, payday luring. And if you go up to what's that stupid mountain called? In Gen 3 chat, going near Fall Arbor. What's the mountain called? I'm actually blanking. What's up, everyone? What's up, Stefan? It's near like Route 18, ain't it? Route 17, Route 18, and Mount Chimney. Yeah, Mount Chimney. Mount Chimney, the spot, the back cave, and Meteor Falls. Meteor Falls. Thank you, Meteor Falls. Meteor Falls. You know where you get the soot sack? You know where there's the bridge coming from the Pokemon Center, where you fight Team Aqua. Well, not really. You fight Team Magma, and then Team Aqua shows up for the meteorite. Yeah, Meteor Falls. If you go up the waterfall and you do a little bit of a jumping puzzle and you go to a ladder and then you surf across a little cave area to the back of it, there is a Beldum Shelgon location. I'll probably make a video on it because I've gotten Meteor Falls requests before. Yeah, Meteor Falls is the premier location for Beldum. Also, if you're a masochist, you can do Safari Zone in the forest whenever it rotates. What is he saying? No idea that popped up in my feed, bro. No idea how that popped up in my feed, bro. My feed is cooked. Keep getting Minish old videos based. It's a fine spot. I'm frisk thieving there for a bit of cash. Nice. Hey Stefan, can you fly to the front of the cave and show them how to get there? Yeah, I'm aware of the place, but what's statistically efficient per se for Fall Arbor or meta tank hunting at Giant Chasm? Regardless, the statistics are made up in this game because the game is coded incorrectly. So I wouldn't focus on that. I'd focus on what your opportunity of outcome is, because the game has spaghetti code and it's proven to have spaghetti code. He already knows where it is, I guess, Stefan, so you're good. He already knows about it. But because your encounter table has 3 different desirable bonds, Bagon, Shelgon, and Beldum, it goes to Meteor Falls all right. Because brother, I've had instances where I hit 22 Larvitar encounters in a row, and then I've had instances where like I hit like the common nonstop without getting a single rare. for over 8 minutes. So like the game is spaghetti coded. So the fact is, if you put yourself in the position to succeed, that's the best place to succeed. That's the way I shiny hunt, and that's the way I feel like everybody should shiny hunt. Is whatever presents the most opportunities for you to hit something you're okay with, that's the one you go for. Like some people will be fishing in Star U on Route 13 or walking around Route 13 trying to get Star U. I'm a big favor. I'm in a lot more favor of doing Lily Cove because all you're gonna do is get Wilmer or Staryu, and with Wilmer or Staryu, getting 6 Wilmers, naming them all your mom, and giving them all burn heals and linking them in global chat, you're that guy. You're him. You know. It's like, oh no, I phased 6 times on Staryu and I got 6 Wilmers. Oh no, I'm just gonna have to have 6 OT shiny Wilmers to link in global, all named your mom holding burn heals whenever a global chatter's being mean to me. One of the responses that I loved somebody said is like if I'm having an argument with somebody in global and he links me 6 OT Wilmers, all named your mom, I'm uninstalling the game. Your mom, yeah. Holding leftovers. Yeah, there's Tians. Lily Cove gang. Love you, Tian. I can't wait to see you at my wedding. You're so good to come, right? I saw you bought your ticket. I'm gonna see you on the 2nd, right? We're legally married, by the way, chat, but our Catholic wedding is on May 2nd. Pokemon is a game built on Java code from 2012. All you really need to know. Yep. That's a crazy thought to have. And then I find my Staryu in a swarm. That's true, so you're built different. Phasing will be so brutal on Beldum, which should be a very common phase. I've seen people get it first time. I've seen people get first time Beldums multiple times. But phasing and getting shiny Salamances is awesome. Shout out to Tian. And shout out to Satan. Mr. Satan. It's a Dragon Ball Z reference. I entered Staryu on Route 13 just for the chance for Electros. Go to Shiny. I love Tynamo. Tynamo is one of my favorite Pokemon. It's one of Shunting's too. It is a 5-word location though. Even though it's a 20% 5-word, it's still a 5-word. See, where's my OT page? Where's my Tynamo at? There he is. He was drowned out by the amount of Bronzongs. Here's my Swimmy. I love this shiny. I'll copy it over for the YouTube viewers who can't see what I just did. Heck no. I'll be honest with you, don't have much shunting experience, but all 5 of mine we caught when I either didn't have donor or active. I forgot to put it on. That's funny. You should definitely make a video on rare shunts, such as Beldum. Oh, bro, I did. I did already. Here, I'll copy it over for you. These are my top shiny hunting locations, but I probably should make another one. But I have like 5 other videos I'm gonna do, but like this is one I can definitely do when I have time. I'm gonna add that to my to-do list actually. Just so you guys know, it's on the list here. Here it is, chat. Chat's watching me do this. iOS vid, socks on a plane, 19 phase breed vid, and then 2026 shiny guide. There you go, you're on the list. That's my work list for YouTube to eventually do. I need to do an iOS guide. I'm really dreading that one. Socks on a plane. That one's pretty easy to do. When I disconnect mid-sock encounter. 19 phase vid. Yep, that's one I planned on doing and I'm ready for. My breeding vid I should probably put out now, but we got the 2026 shiny guide on it. Yo, I seem to not be able to find a Thunderstone. I don't have GTL mocks, so can someone trade me? I'll pay the GTL price. Hey, Mystery, what channel are you on? I'm sure somebody will. What channel and what's your location? Bee-based. Get Mount Pyre Chimeco, like the forefathers? Don't actually do this. The shunt will be horrible. I saw somebody unironically doing that. But if you look back on my showcase, I have 2 Chimecos. I got my little Chingling, and I got my Chimeco. It's one of my favorite Pokemon, so I shunted it twice. Mystery, someone wants to mail you a Thunderstone. Thank you, Esoteric. Never had the whoa. Yes, I can. My channel is 5. I'm Vermilion City. My IGN is Mystery9098. Right, you got his OT Zapdos. I think Surskit is a really, I mean, not Surskit. I like Surskit a lot, but I think Shuppet is a very underrated shiny. I love Shuppet. It's such a cute Pokemon. Your name is Bin Laden? That's crazy. Go to name blanket. Thank you, friend. Thank you. I'm gonna pretend that's a compliment towards me, Abe, and not Bin Laden. Abe, are you coming to the wedding confirmed or no? Because if you can swing the same type, it's similar time to when I'm picking up my friend James. I'll pick you both up at the same time. You should do a video linking all 200 Shinobi Global. 75-25. Need to get leaf proof. Nice. You say that like I don't already do that. You say that like I don't already do that. Here, chat, you want me to spam my OTs in global? Don't threaten me with a good time, chat. Chat, we spam in global? All of them? Yep, I'll do all of them. Man, Amazon be wildin'. Ordered stuff yesterday, normally free shipping with an estimated time frame of a week. And it says it's arriving today. Highly doubt they will. Think weirder things have happened. Yeah. Alright, guys. Look at Global. I'm going to be linking all my OTs. Stepmom is a crazy name. Why? Why is that a crazy name? What's wrong with it? I just want. What do you think, chat? Minish. Alright, we're at the 46, chat. Echo Esoterics. Thanks. Oh, thank you, Esoterics. That was really nice of you. Sup, Minish? Hope you're doing well. What are you shunning for? Congrats, Minish, for the 200 OT. Thank you, Toby. I'm shunning for Gole. We're 54,000 encounters in. Some of these are on Alps, but this is most of them. Posture Minish. Is Minish flexing all of his shinies now? I could go for a nap and return and I'll still be here. Minish, do you do anything else? We have ascended. We have ascended, chat. They no longer insult me as a shiny hunter. They just resort to lack of resorting to saying I don't have a life. Minish, we snacking on brims today. Or what, bud? Minish only speaks in shiny Morse code. Shiny T-Tar doesn't exist. That's CGI. Thank you for the cheer up for my purchase, Minish. I appreciate it. I was like, what the F did I do when I bought the secret? No, dude, it's not a bad investment. That's like an okay lower end price. Like, is it a super good investment? No, but is it like bad? But like, yeah, no, it's legit. There are people who come on here, and you've probably seen me. I will tell them if they are being retarded. Yours isn't retarded. And like, you can always use it as breeding bait. There's always value. The big flexer himself. What's up, Ugly American? One of my viewers wanted me to flex all my shinies in global. I bought it for myself. I have 70 plus million in mysterious balls and other items. I just want to repeat. Yeah, not much. I didn't realize you were online until. So that's a good reminder. Thanks, boss. Hey, like, may have been a good idea. It seems to be working more than spamming my global links. Some of these are my alts. It's what you do to me. And they're right, I haven't linked in global as much as I should. 1,000 miles seems pretty far. We got plans and trades card. What do you find? Just give me a reason. I'm finally on the 2-account grind now that I want to start egging. Heck yeah, dude. It makes the game a lot more enjoyable to be doing 2 at once. You're to blame. Everybody's linking now. We're almost halfway there, chat. We're at 89. Let's finish full time for PokeMMO. Whoa. And this will be up to 100. Julie was correct about going AFK and coming back to medicinal flexing. Oh, this is good. You like the Dynamo? I was just hunting that. Got about 6 Joltix in the bank so far. I was just talking about Dynamo being like one of my favorite shinies earlier. I cannot believe the double click glitch happened when you hit a shiny, bro. I was so sad, bro. I was so sad. I love shiny Dynamo. Dynamo's one of my favorite Pokemon. At one point, I had a secret shiny Electros that was natural thought. That was crazy. Weird looking cat. Nosepass is kind of rough, right? Yeah, I love it though. It's one of my favorite. Sick. I saw a shiny Electros spike from someone and it stood out so much. Maybe go straight to the cave back, yeah. And we're up to 117. $121. Is like 80-20 for the nose. It's 80-20 for the nose. It's 80-20 for Chimecho. It's 80-20 for the Clefairy. I got all three. There's a reason I have 13 OT Bronzons. What's the double click glitch you mentioned? So sometimes your input registers as 2 inputs because MMO is a spaghetti coded game. And sometimes your input registers as 2. I need to add in my new shinies, actually. What's the Mount Hornet mission? Well, I'm getting every 5 for it. I've already done all the hard ones. I have 19 left, and they're all pretty easy now. I've already done all the hard ones. I've already done all the 80-20s. I don't think there's even any 50-50s I have left. I think the last 18 are all just smooth sailing guaranteed. With the exception of Palpitoad. Oh, Joey's back. Why is it saying my message was too long? It's not too long. It's 3 shinies. Am I blocked? Your message is too long? Try again? It's not even long though. I've been linking longer. Wait, they actually did they cancel me? Bro, they canceled me. It's not letting me post more than 1 at a time. Does this work? Bro, what the heck? If I try this, does it let me post multiple? Bro! I'm posting 5. Like each one of these is strings of 3. Bruh. I'm actually shiny shadow banned. What the heck? Am I banned? It's telling me the message is too long. If I try to post more than 1 shiny at once. Well, that's lame. Good effort, bro. Minutes limited from global. Mods. Mods addressing me. Make a video of this. Man, this is. I'm trying to redo my links, see if that's what's causing it. See if this works. Woo! Alright, chat, we're just gonna have to redo all of our links from scratch. Alright, we figured out a workaround, chat. If you copy them and copy them back out, it makes it work. see. There we go. That one's good. Another Marowak. Good mom 10. Let's see if this works, chat. Sorry for the technical difficulties, chat. The game is just being big gay, you know? Yes, sir! We're gonna just have to do the workaround for the remaining OTs, chat. I got it, chat. Believe in me. We're doing it, chat. We will link all my OTs that I have on this character in global. Believe in me, chat. 1, 2. I've been disconnected. Am I banned? What? Chat, what was that? Chat, why was I disconnected? No, this was a mod who timed me out. It got rid of the names, but that's how I track which one's which. That really messes me up because I was keeping track of their names. That really messes me up so bad. What was this Marowak named? They were named pretty normal. Bro, that's horrifying. Because I have 15 Marowaks. That's how I keep track of what order they're in. Oh my gosh, I hate this game. I've linked them in global plenty of times. Oh my gosh, that ruins me. And you disconnected me mid-encounter. Why would you disconnect me? That means this is a high-ranking mod who did this. Unless every mod can just randomly time you out of mid-battle. Bro, I can't shut for the next 10 minutes. I'm tired of this game, bro. Are you kidding me? I've had the names for the same time ever. They're not even that offensive. It was these two. These two got unnamed. Did any of my other OTs get unnamed? Oh, we'll just have to do some backwards math. Alright, so this one in the middle is 10. So this one should be 9. And this is 10, and this one should be 11. Right? Assuming there's no spaces. But I can't be certain because there's always chances that this wasn't even there. I'll just name them 10 and they might be wrong. This should be 12 then. 11. I'm not linking my OTs in global ever again. That's so gross. They double disconnected me. And that's a high ranking mod. I know Enzo was online at the time. That's so gross. Yeah. Well, they've all been linked in global. They just timed me out mid-battle. They timed me out mid-battle and restricted my ability to shiny hunt. I didn't lose a shiny, right? Cool, I didn't. I've linked the socks in global multiple times. There's never been an issue. It's just they don't enforce their conduct evenly because again these are unpaid Reddit mods. Like they have nothing better to do. Like people will have names Osama bin Laden and not time anyone out. But my whatever the heck, I don't even remember the names. They'll just time you out randomly, restrict you from being able to shiny hunt for 12 minutes, disconnect you mid game to change your Pokemon's name. We were, but he switched up bad when he became a mod. And he like doesn't associate anymore, so when people switch up, it is what it is. I missed it. Was gonna ask what happened. No, dude, I was just linking my OTs in global. And the mods looked at my OTs and decided to ban me. Change the Marowak's name. And this one's. But the issue is, I keep track of what OT is what via messages. So I lost what number it was. So that actually sucks because I have 19 OTs. Like they don't understand. It's for anyone else this is fine, but for me, I have 19 phases I'm keeping track of catch order. And to have these two names randomly get changed, I couldn't even track. I had it. Luckily, I'm unknowledgeable enough. They know they do this crap with the second DC. I don't even remember, bro. I named these. These have been LinkedIn Global since December. These have been LinkedIn Global since December with no issues. But you know, some mods just decide to like do crap like this. Like stuff like this makes me not want to play this game at all. This makes me, and I have to sit here for 2 minutes. I've been warned. I wish I knew if this was my 9th Marowak, but I can't even link the rest in global. Because unfortunately they skip. Alright, so this is, we can just do this, chat. 6, 7, wasn't doing that on purpose. This is 14. That's 13. So this is 12. This is 14. That's 13. This is 12. And this should be 11. So this is 11. Mod ruined me. Okay. That is 11. So this should be 10. This is 9. We straight lost the ability to link it. Is this because of the glitch? So this should be 9. So that makes this 8. They change any of my other Pokemon's names that I'm not tracking? Fucking assholes. Sorry for swearing, chat. I'm just so upset by this. Mike Hawk survived. Nice. Dead Mom 6 survived. Should be 5. Should be 4. That should be 3. That's 2. Oh, we should be fine. I'm never linking in global again, man. I'm tired of this game. That's so sad. It's been like this since December, but they don't do equal enforcement of the rules. No, the names is how I need to do it. That's the thing, right? The names is how I do it. So when they just straight deleted my name, that has been fine in global for 4 months now. Because one mod decided to power trip. And then to disconnect me mid-encounter. Let us sit here for 12 minutes on Shiny Charm. It's a momentum killer. They want, like, I don't know why I support this game sometimes, bro. Like, I have a lot of fun with it, but like, this game is run by the worst people. Like, they don't pay moderation staff. They have no actual TOS. It's all vibes in terms of moderation. Sometimes it's okay, sometimes it's not okay. They just default to whatever their unpaid moderators do, and it just gets worse and worse. Since it's 2019, you could say whatever you want as long as you're not insulting anyone. Now you name your Pokemon something they don't like. And it's not that they don't like, that a certain mod doesn't like, you know? It goes okay for 5 months, multiple links in global, but then randomly it's just there's an issue. I'm tired of these guys, dude. Tired of these. Tired of these degenerates. But anyway, we recovered the numbers. So I need to rename these two. I think I already have my balls. All of my shinies are on encounter. It's so cute. Yeah. I'm just crashing out, chat. I'm over it. I'm sorry for getting upset. I'm over it. It'd be fine if they had any actual standards. That's just what upsets me. Well, I just don't understand why it's an issue 5 months later. Probably because the mods are oppressing me comment because they were. They just wouldn't. They said my messages was too long randomly. It was only letting me link one at a time. So I had to go and copy them to a Google Doc and then re-image in order for them to start linking me 3 at a time. So dumb. I hate the moderation in this chat. Stupid Reddit mods. Whatever, I'll take my 15-minute ban. Thank you, mods. But imagine if I was in a shiny encounter when they did that. I bet they wouldn't even bother to give it back. All right. Any good names for my Marowak and my male Marowak and my sock? It's time only fun time they have in their life, yeah. Whatever. I forgive them. It is what it is. It just stinks because like it's like the little inconsiderate crap they do. It just hurts, but it is what it is. Complaining isn't going to do anything. It's going to make me upset, and it's just bad look. I just wish they weren't like, maybe send a message, hey, can you change your Pokemon's name? You know, but that requires more effort. They're shoot first, don't ask questions at all, gaslight type moderation team. A whisper, can you change your Pokemon's name? That's too much. Been fine for 15 months. It's not like I just named it like that. It's been fine for months. Okay. Not even worth complaining about. Chat. I think it's a good time for me to end the stream because the vibe's been kind of cooked. And to be honest, I want to take a break after that one. Can I get a Cubone name and a sock name? Because this is irrationally upsetting me. I'm trying to push past buying it. I think it's better right now. Any two names, anybody. Bueller, Bueller, Bueller. Sorry, guys. I was going to give you a longer stream, too. But... Mod Sock and Marowak mods. I like... Amen. Mod Sock. That is such a good name. Oh my gosh, I'm proud of you. That is a 10 out of 10 name, especially given the new lure. The Marowak mods is insane. I love you, Sue. Sue, this isn't permanent if I run out, but if I have enough room for VIPs, I'm VIPing you for those two names. Oh my gosh, those are great. I'll keep streaming, I think. That made me feel a lot better. Oh my gosh, my mood is recovered. Marowak mods. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. Those are so good. Q's bone. Those are great. Orphan Drac, yeah. Yeah, I like these names better. Yeah, deranged, man. Can't whisper anyone. Those names gonna get you perma? Yeah, I'm not gonna link in global. I'll just make videos. I'll just make videos so they can't ban me for no reason. I was about to drive to my wife's house. She got a new job though, so she's gonna be able to move down here. We've been spending $160 to go see each other every couple of days. It's been pretty rough. But she got a new job, so she's coming down here. About time. Yep. These names earn RP. I gave them a VIP, and I don't VIP like anyone. Like, look at my chat right now. There's no non-streamer. But like, if you do a significant contribution to my stream, I'll give you VIP. And these are the best names I could have even imagined, especially given the circumstance. Ugh. Man, I'm bad though. So bad. Whoop. Anyway, guys, sorry for the mini crash. I think I was reasonable. Cause like, I don't know, man. I've linked these guys so many times. Like, each one of these has been linked 15 plus times. And then today they find issue with it. And not like, oh, can you change the name like with a whisper? Just like immediate out of battle disconnection. And the fact that that's a high ranking mod, because not, I don't think any Joe Schmo mod can time you out of battle. But... Choose minions got too many powers. Mod was having a rough day. Well, I hope it made him feel better. I know, like, anybody without any, like, derangement is gonna, like, have a conversation, you know? But I think it was more of a, oh, we have a reason to get him, so we're gonna get him. Because I linked, at that point, I had linked 179 shinies. And then they found issue with 2 of their names. We never got to Hassan. Yeah, we never got to Hassan. We were at, not 100, we were at, oh yeah, we were at that, yeah. Hassan's on my, Hassan was blinked earlier. He didn't get a ban. Now we are at 178. Granted, not all of them could be linked because a lot of my socks are on my alt accounts. So like some of them just don't show up. And then around 130, we started having the only one shiny per link glitch happen, where it just started telling me it was too long. And I said the mods are oppressing me because, you know, maybe I shouldn't have. I miss when they used to have a sense of humor back when Techno Vortex was a mod. But the degradation on like the community managers, now they're just like hall monitors. The mods used to be cool people who would joke and like have conversations. Now they're just kind of hall monitors. They'll host an event that no one cares about that causes players to lose money by participating. Because shinies, just catching Pokemon in general will lose you money per catch if it's outside the Safari Zone. As they do the same no effort catch event year to year. 2013 to 2014 was the best set of mods. Ooh, Togepi. You know. Like, there's a time and a place. If anyone's getting insulted, you know, maybe that's a timeout or a warning, right? But the irony of calling a timeout mid-battle a warning to restrict you for 15 minutes is kind of funny. Like, I get randomly disconnected, then I get randomly disconnected again, and then my Mon's names are changed, and it's like, here's your warning. Oh, thanks for the heads up. And I know based off of like most of my mons, like even the ones that are edgy, are like on the cusp where there's gray area, and it's not like super. None of them were super edgy. Like one was Dead Mom because it's Marowak. Usock, My Clock. The My Clock one caught me a ban. That's what got changed. My Clock. My CLOCK. With the Pokemon's name being Sock. Anyone mature enough to get that joke isn't getting affected by it. Because I know exactly what I'm doing. The mod knows exactly what I'm doing. But anyone who has an understanding, that's like a sex joke in a Disney movie. You know, it's for the adults. Anyone who understands The Pokemon's name is Sawk, SAWK, and its name is My Clock, and is able to make the connection I'm doing no damage to. Oh, thank you, Epoch. Epoch, we've had good vibes for the longest time, but you're coming in the middle of like me being upset. I've had my OTs. My OTs have been linked in global like 15 plus times, and then today they decided because one of my chatters asked me to link my OTs, so I linked like 170 of them, and my clock was the name of one of my socks, like this, my clock, like that. That caused a mid battle timeout, not letting me hunt for 15 minutes, and Force name changed it. Not only that, it's kind of an issue with me is that I have 19 phases, and how I keep track of my socks and Marowaks, because I have so many of them, is I name them like by their phase. So like Dead Mom 6. So I had to go through all my Marowaks to figure out which order because they changed two of the names. Yeah, but my clock caught a verbal warning in a timeout. I was just talking about how like mods used to be cool. They used to interact with you. If they had whispered me like, "Hey, can you change your Pokemon's name?" That's fine. But to give like, and I linked at that point, bro. I had linked 172 of my shinies in global to get to this point. But then they randomly disconnected me on the stream twice, and then enforced name changed. And then the worst part is like they have the numbers in front of them, and there's 19. So like I had to spend the majority of that 15 minutes timeout to figure out what number order it was. I've seen much worse than my clock in global chat. That's actually lame. There are people that had the name Crucified Jesus, and he talked for days. But like if you are like Epoch, that is a veiled one. I said the Disney joke. It's like a sex joke in a Disney movie. It's there and it's still for kids, and it's so veiled that anyone who understands the joke isn't actually affected by it. You know. So like, if you're able to make the connection that the Pokemon's name is Sock and the sock's name is My Clock, and you're able to make the connection to, at that point, it's not even negatively affecting you. I used to randomly have a skitty named Adolf Skidler, and the name's still allowed. That doesn't surprise me. I think they were frustrated that I was linking 170 shinies in global, and they finally got a reason. But the irony of this is a warning after they disconnect me mid-battle twice. Epoch, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure only high-ranking mods have the ability to force name change your Pokemon, right? To go into your PC and force name change your Pokemon and time you out. That's a big boy, right? That's a big Reddit mod. Yeah. Because I've kept my toes clean playing this game for 4.5 years. Also, great to see you, Epoch. Love watching your videos. There's only like 6 people, which is like that random new Asmongold video, and a couple other things where I'll actually like always click on, depending on the title of your video. But I almost watch all your content. I like that you've become like sort of a news channel. Like anything where you can actually look at a player's assets, edit them, I assume that's someone higher than CM. Yeah. I wonder, because like, you know what's funny, Epoch? I've had, of their current mod team, 6 of them have hit exclamation point story in my chat like that, and I've coached them through how to play the game, and I've hand walked them into late game content. Enzo was a moderator for my Twitch for 2 years. He was my if you look at any of my old clips, he was in every video for over 2 years. He used to link my stream for 2 years, and then he became a mod, and like distances happened. But it's like you have that you like almost all of them, bro. It's getting kind of crazy. Matsui's a mod now, and then still the like amount of anti-sentiment is crazy. I linked 170 shinies. They saw 2 of them, decided they didn't like the name, just immediate ban for my clock. My goodness. God bless this game. God bless this game. Well, it is what it is. I need to stop. Like at this certain point, I'm being the weird one. I'm tripping out of it. I'm weird for having any sort of expectations for them, but it's sad. Dude, so there were so many good mods, and they all left because they realized being mods retarded. Like Techno Vortex. Still some ride-ons for a bit. OT or not a nickname, but an OT on the Delhi Bird. It's kind of weird time to time you out instead of just a whisper. Yeah, I don't understand why they can't just whisper. But it is what it is. Yeah, crucified Jesus is still going around global. But, you know, it's not equal enforcement of the rules. It's we don't pay these people, so we let them run hog wild, and then they can do whatever they want, and we don't care if a player quits the game because a mod decides to power trip. Because we don't pay them, and at the end of the day, having a professional staff that like encourages a good community and is like reasonable, that's just dumb, you know. Obviously, we should have like people who strive for a position of power and relevance in their life. Those are the people we should give a moderator to. Maybe the mods are atheists and they don't care. Well, no, 100%. It's unequal enforcement of the rules. It just is what it is. To be honest, I'm like more liberal when it comes to naming. Like I'm okay with anybody having any names. Like if you aren't like bannovating, like you're not putting the N-word typed weird, or you're not like using like the F slur, right? And all this other crap in your name. Like I think you're pretty good, you know. No, I was trying to be funny. No, I get you. I'm just a little. Is what it is. Oh, thank you, Slasher, for the follow. I appreciate you. I mean the Prime. Sorry, I'm tilted out of my mind. Thank you for the Prime, boss. Appreciate the support. Appreciate you, boss. Thank you. It's not worth complaining about. But yeah, I'm surprised they still do catch events because I think it's just designed to like be a money sink at this point because catching mons and catching IV mons isn't worth it in any capacity. Couldn't be you. Imagine playing a game you love with a passion, trying to help with any way you can, yet you constantly feel you got a target in your bag, which is pretty much whatever you do. Yeah. Like there are definitely things I could have done better. I have made edgy jokes over the year, Renta. Like it's not like I'm without fault. It's not without like I'm holier than thou or anything. Like look, I've beefed with people, right? Maybe I should have let them go. Maybe I should have given them more grace. Um, like a lot of my humor is edgier, right? Never insulted nobody, but like still, right? And then again, there's been animosity ever since I called, and I mean it, and I will stand by the statement that I said. If you aren't gonna like treat people like people, and you're gonna automatically close support tickets, at what point should you even be doing support tickets? At that point, we should replace you with an AI because at least the AI, right, is going to give different responses than you, a human being who copies and pastes paragraph and closes out tickets for repeated issues rather than address them or pass them on. Right? Making players feel unheard actually is what killed this game over the years. And I'm sure my comments that they are making the game worse for everybody, the truth hurts more than anything. My dad said it like a month ago, but it's really true. People are more offended by things that have an element of truth than anything else. So when I said and pointed out the fact that like if you are a support staff, somebody's coming to you with an issue and you are closing out and gaslighting their response and they keep having the same issue and you continue to not help them, you are ruining the player experience and actually causing them to quit the game. And at what point, what service do you serve as a support personnel? Right? Telling them that, right? I still believe in it. I still believe there's justice in what I'm saying there. But did I say that? But then I can reevaluate, right? Did I say that originally with like good intentions? Did I say that originally with like thinking they'll listen? No. If I'm being 100% honest, was my heart posture 100% good when I said that? I fully 100% believe it. But did I think any of them would like turn around and be like, you know what? Him telling us we should be replaced by AI because we failed to do our job. Maybe I shouldn't close out the support tickets. No, at that point, I was trying to escalate and get rid of them. At that point, I thought this person doesn't deserve to have any degree of authority. They're hurting the player base. They shouldn't be allowed to handle support tickets because they're irresponsible. And anyone who is actively against them is going to have is like the enemy, and that's how a lot of people think. And also at a certain point, it's like, did I care what they thought? No, because in my eyes, and still in my eyes, the way they gaslight and lie and misappropriate things. They tell people there's no such thing as shiny locks. They do all this crap, all this sketchy stuff, and then the moderation makes decisions like they do today. Um, this is what causes a lot of players to just like have a negative feeling in their heart. I talked about it earlier where one of the reasons I still support Amazon, even though they're a corporation and they're getting worse and worse, is because there have been times where my package has been stolen and they go, "Oh, we'll send you a new one free of charge." No, no, no. I caught a warning, got timed out mid-battle, had to sit there for 15 minutes, something very, very minor, right? But it highlights a bigger underlying issue that they never stop to think about the player experience. They never stop to do things at the lowest level. Like, hear me out. Instead of timing people out mid-battle and forcefully name changing their Pokemon, why not whisper, I find that name inappropriate, may you change it? I think 9 out of 10 times the player will change it if you do that, rather than force name change certain mons. But I think they try to keep it as dystopian as possible to limit uh, uh, player interactions. And because at the end of the day, they don't care. What's easiest is what's best. And that's what upsets me, is because anyone who's like, so if I have an issue with somebody, you go up to them and you address the person directly, which I know isn't easy for some people. I get it. Some people have anxiety, some people overthink things, some people struggle with certain things, right? But like not going up to somebody, not like giving them the opportunity to correct whatever issue you have, not having the conversation. Like at what point are you doing a service, and at what point are you being a hall monitor? And in the past, I have seen good moderation. Like, hey guys, chill out. I don't see that as much. I see just timeouts. Um, I don't really have many issues with them, because I keep my toes clean and I understand I don't have a good relationship with them and I'm not trying to draw aggro, right? Um, but like it seems like ever since I had the issue with the support staff, which I still do not understand their perspective. I still do not understand how they can close out past the same paragraph and then rage at somebody who is experiencing an issue without making any attempt to resolve the issue and thinking of somebody as as taking any pride in their work. I think that's disgusting. No matter what job you're doing, you do it to the best of your abilities, even if it's unpaid. And also, they should be a paid position. They should have professionals. For a game that's generating as much revenue, for a game that has as large a community boss, it would be a good investment for them. I even offered that if they hire somebody, I would donate $1,000. I think I said I put in $1,000 in RP the day they put a person in. I forget how much I said, but I'll honor it. I think I said 10,000, which I would still honor. But no, it's just it's just kind of sad, you know. Eventually, the game's already like a lot less big than it was. Like Pete is watching this, been watching my streams for years. He's still here, Pete. If you want to unlurk for a second, say hi. But like, Pete has quit ever since they lied about the shiny locks, and Pete's in many good company. If anyone in chat wants to Roger up, hey, I'm somebody who doesn't play the game anymore, and just what was the issue that caused you to leave? I know for Pete, it was finding out that the payday locks, there was a bot automated system determining recaptures, and that your account was actually flagged, and they're seeing different reduced rates on certain accounts. That's what caused Pete. Because Pete wasn't unlucky. He might have just been a victim of spaghetti code, but the anti-bot system messed with his head because now we became knowledge that there is such thing as shiny locks. He was getting recaptured all the time. He paydayed over 100,000 singles and he never hit. Now, granted, maybe he was a one-off, maybe he was unlucky, but I'll never know if he was unlucky. That's the thing. I'll never know if he hit 100,000 organically or if his account was flagged off of an anti-bot system. Hypothetically speaking, if you were given the position to change whatever you wanted in the game, what would you change? I would add an NPC that lets you cash in 31 IVs for 10K. I'm a new player, just started on 326. Hoping the game doesn't go down. Oh, thank you for the sub, by the way, Slasher from the stream. Appreciate you. I'm a new player, just started in the 26th. Hoping the game doesn't go downhill since I've heard it's the best PokeMMO overall. It certainly is. This game, despite all of its ineptitude, all of its over moderation, it has been going for like 10 years. And like the amount of love that has been given to this game over like by people who did care back in the day before it became a money pit, like with the breeding mechanics, with being able to see the IVs, EVs, like with the particles, with the nice cosmetics, with the modding community. Like this game is heads and shoulders above anything else that I think it is capable of. But the issue is, despite them scaling, despite them getting a lot more resources, despite them like getting all the things they could ever want and all the support they could ever want, they turn around and they degrade the game with changes. They intentionally make it so you get less money available to farm. They put players in positions where they feel they have no choice but to spend. They started moderating people who shouldn't have the ability to be moderators. They started taking the easy way out on everything they physically could have, and it's gone old for a lot of us. I started playing again after a 2 year break because I heard about this strike and thought, oh wow, the community might be growing their backbone. The Chinese community did a strike. No one really talked about it, but the Chinese community did a strike a little while ago. Um, and the funny thing is with the strike, I'm not sure if you saw what Petrowski was asking for. He was petitioning for the removal of 31 IVs from alphas, which is like which is a take that will cause harm. It will not solve the issues. It has no potential to solve the issues. It's not even like it shows lack of understanding with the game in general, right? It reminded me of the people who go out and they're super white and they live in a gated community and they're talking about how they are waving their flags for the underprivileged. Meanwhile, they don't give any money or community service or anything. They just sit there purchasing and waving flags. That's what that protest reminded me of, because none of the things they were asking for showed any understanding about the underlying issues within the game. But I do appreciate the sentiment of, hey, there's an issue, let's solve it. But like it was so misguided that it like hurt me a little bit, especially because it was constantly called the first protest when China had just done a protest and no one united with them. If an official MMO releases, not many will stay here, I believe. I think so many people are so deep down the rabbit hole, they're going to stay here. And also, I think new Pokemon is like a different Pokemon, and this reflects the old boomer Pokemon, and there'll always be a market for this game. In fact, a really good market. I think this game isn't going to go anywhere. I think there are going to be people who play it like myself until the server shut down, and they know there's nothing they can really do at this point because we're so invested to quit. It's kind of World of Warcraft system. Excuse me, blah blah blah. It's kind of like World of Warcraft syndrome, where you're so heavily invested, you don't really play any other games, and MMOs in general. And that's just kind of where we are right now. And I don't see it changing. Hey, what's up, Cat? So I don't think this game is going anywhere, but also it's like, yeah. Yeah, I heard that they nerfed a ton of IVs. Watched like 200 videos since I started, and guides. Definitely go farm methods. Yeah, dude, like pickup used to go off like 50% of the time. Like your item pool is a lot better. Like you used to have strings that made it so you didn't have to see any dialogue when you're doing gym runs. You're looking at any of the old games, like a Halloween event, you could walk away with what is now considered $800 worth of resources if you were to convert RP into the game. In a week and a half event period through above average grinding, you could make 80 mil. And then now you put $100 into the game, you'll only get like 10 million. And then these people are like just the super wealthy class, and they're pulling up the bridge behind them, not letting players like you like have an opportunity to get income in your pocket. There's no value in catching bonds anymore. I was just talking about it. Like these people are putting on brain dead catch events, which are useless for our community. Um, Anyone doing a catch event isn't like a serious player because you're wasting more money on the balls than you could ever hope to earn back. Even if you are the one person who happens to get a shiny, even if you are the one person who happens to win the event, you're better off just grinding for the money, even with all the nerfs, right? Than catching. Because catching is just going to pollute your boxes. Catching is not going to give you, like, you get a 2x31. Wow, you're looking at what, 30K these days? Like, that's if it's male, you know? And that's not even subtracting the cost of balls you're going to be using in an hour. And then they're not even tracking any of the issues. To be honest, I don't think they're capable of tracking any of the issues. And I don't think they care. I think they just kind of do like appeasement strategies and then just kind of, you know? Maybe one day though. I'm going to play this game until no one else does. Because I love this game, but like, seeing the degradation, seeing how the mods treat their players, seeing how the support people treat their players, seeing how the devs treat their players, seeing how chat has become continues to be a cesspool, but like it's the enforcement is really different. But yeah, the biggest thing that could help you as a new player is if we gave you the ability to turn in 31 IVs for 10K, which isn't even like a good return on investment. That'll just give you the ability to catch mons with the possibility of breaking even. And then if you're concerned about Safari, then just make it so you can't turn in Safari mons. Because Safari mons are already a good value proposition. You spend 500 for 30 balls, and then if you catch a 31 IV, it's like, okay, you did really good because you're only spending 500, which is less than the cost of a single ball, just to give you a perspective. So Safari still out maintains its value, especially if you go to wetlands where you have the ability to catch dittos. That's a really good free to play money maker if you want to shiny hunt and just be AFK and turn your brain off and just catch dittos in the Safari zone. It's really not that bad. No overhead really, because you're gonna make your 500 back easily. But there's a couple things like that, paydaying, but there are people who are concerned. They're like, you can't turn in mods for 10K. 10K is too high, whatever. Dude, paydaying in 20, not counting pickup, paydaying level 50 mods 20 times will get you the same amount of money, and you'll, on average, have a better chance at getting the 10K via paydaying than you will just catching 20 mods organically. And then you're not going to even have the overhead cost of the balls. What I'm suggesting would be more balanced than what's already in the game, and people are still fighting back against it. But we could go on and on about player balancing. We can go all and then on about developer ineptitude. But the reality is we like the game for what it is. The game is like one of the best shiny hunting experiences I could ever ask for. The community does such a great job supporting this game. They have put in quality of life features. They have put in the Johto region, right? There have been good changes. They're just overshadowed by their inability to balance the econ, or the fact that, like, I think they might be doing the econ thing on purpose, simply because it makes them more money the way they choose to do it. But there's really no way of knowing. But yeah. I know there are a lot of new players who come by and they're like, man, I wish I played this game 2 years ago. Does strings exist still? I came back after years and heard it got nerfed. Are you my old friend Dunko? I saw that you followed off stream. Are you my old friend Dunko or no? Or somebody just happens to have the same. So strings have been gutted, right? So you have breeding streams that aren't affected as effective as the old breeding streams. So your ability to breed and shiny hunt eggs is a little bit reduced. Um, they now for E4 you have to spend 20 seconds with trainer dialogue every time you beat a trainer. Storyline strings don't work. So yes, strings are broken, but they have their own in-game streams that just aren't as good. So yeah, they exist, but they're a shell of their former state. Okay, okay. I feel like the devs love the state of the game because for them, changes most likely depend on how much money they can pull. Yeah, true. I just found you recently. Okay, okay. What year did you quit? 2021. Also good to have you, brother. Well, I played in 2018, beat Kanto, left, came back for a bit, and then 2024, and then that's it. Yeah, so things that have been added, they finally added a trading system. So you can trade an entire box of Pokemon at a time with no issues. That's cool. Obviously, Johto got added. You're playing 2024, so you're probably tracking that. Um, Five Hordes got nerfed. There's like 20% five hordes. They call them rare, shiny, rare five hordes, like with like Larvitar is a 20% to 80%. Dratini is like a 20% chance of getting a Dragon Spiral. So they added like rare hordes, which there's no such thing as a rare horde, but like just make it so you'll get a bunch of Garbo Pokemon before you get the rare. Effectively, that's a big change. Um, you're not doing Jimmy runs anymore. Those got gutted because of the string nerf primarily that you were just talking about. And E4, the strategies for E4 got gutted as well. Payday got reduced, pickup got reduced, under quality of life. As a relatively new player, I mostly want to see established old players to be satisfied most than the others of the game because I may decipher myself to become one of them one day. Being a new player is temporary situation, but being at the end game player is constant. Yeah, I always say they should balance the game around the late game PvPers and shiny hunters. Some Minish, do you mind donating me some Leptas? I do mind. Yeah, I've been watching some of your videos of everything getting nerfed to the ground. What do people do for money? The least reduced thing is Lepa berries, but Lepa berry farming is a fate worse than death. Um, Somebody on my YouTube chat just begged for money. That's a good way to make money off of a struggling streamer. You just go into like a 1 or 2 viewer streamer asking for money. He might give it to you. Um, no, I'm not giving you like resources are crazy, right? Especially with my expenditure, I can barely afford my stuff. I don't use my own charms. You know, if I have any extra money, I'm popping charms for my teammates. But I don't even egg. You know, I'm 2 billion down on eggs. But money, Payding, Undella Bay, Payding Berry Forest. Pretty much finding a good location with a shiny you want, and you payday pickup, right, with Munchlax or Meowth. That is still the bread and butter and the funnest gameplay loop available to you. Fossil farming, but only in Turnback Cave and Sinnoh region, where it gives you a 1% chance to get a shiny Spiritomb as you're fossil farming. That's really fun, right? If you're interested in that, it's good money with the item charms. Repel now works and doesn't stop you from not getting encounters with Rock Smash. So Turnback Cave, fossil farming for Granados and Shieldon are good value propositions for time. Gym running, despite it being nerfed where you're making like 300k less than you did before, it is still like there, you know, if you want to sustain your cost for the day, you do a quick gym rerun. Being a hot girl streamer still works for Poke Money. Hard up guys will give you stuff. Is that are you an e-girl Snicker? Good for you. But that works in general. I know there was a girl streamer. She's doing pretty well. She's not overtly sexual. She seems fine. But yeah, you know, people are into that too. So yeah, giving your resources to strangers is crazy work. I don't even like receiving gifts. I don't know how other people do it. Whenever anyone would donate back in the day, I'd be like, I don't want it. I have 20 million on me right now. I'm not so good at spam refreshing the GTL. So how do I grow this amount, or do I just lack the skill? Uh, you either can take risks investing, which will make you either lose all your money, but like with the way the game is, that's the entirety of the issue. Um, there isn't like a good way to grow anymore. You know, the markets are cooked. The people with experience are cutthroat when it comes to negotiations and GTL repricing. And unless you have the experience, like the experience you're going to get with the 20 mil is going to be you losing the 20 mil, then learning how to not lose it. So it's like dinged if you do, dinged if you don't. Or as an advanced strat, you can use AI filters to just look like the hot girl. Okay, okay, okay. Let's chill, 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 sticker. Being a girl streamer has its own set of problems, especially in smaller communities, you know? Like if I was a girl streamer, I unironically would not show my face on camera. You know? I heard you don't get donos if you look like the Jinx. That's true. Can I invest off of event seasons? I thought it was the only time to sell. Um, if you watched my stream back in event seasons, you would have made a lot of money. I told people what to invest on. You can even go back and look. But I told a lot of people what to invest in, and I was right on every single one. I said when they're at 80K, I said to do the blood moon particles. I mean the blood lotus particles. Those went up. Kanto starters, alpha Kanto particle alphas went up from 1 million to 3 million. What else? The Christmas camos went from 13 to 30 mil. Well, you know, VTubers exist for a reason, true. That's why how I made 20 million XD. Thank you so much for it. I did the Kanto alphas and dittos at 4.3 mil. Oh, good. Noob week. Yeah, I was gonna say you've been here for a while. Yeah, noob week. So you know my credibility. I only tell you on sure things. But yeah, you went up from 4.3 million to 20 million. I'm glad I could help you. And noob week, those who listen to reputable sources have their own intelligence. As long as you're not just blindly trusting me, which I mean, to be honest, it would have gotten you the same result. But if you have the ability to comprehend and listen, that's a form of intelligence as well. And I'm happy that you made 20 mil. And I'm happy I could help you. There was a lot of people who didn't, and they regret it. That's it. I know there's been like I got like well over 40 messages from people, and not even like exaggerating, well over 40 messages from people asking how I knew RP was gonna crash, and then I made a video on it. But also, you guys are delusional if you're messaging me in DMs and you think I'm gonna message each and every one of you a full paragraph and entertain conversations with like 40 of you guys explaining, oh, this is exactly how I knew the market was gonna crash for RP. Let me translate 4 years of solid like economic understanding, and then referenced to my understanding on how a PokeMMO econ works in specific, and let me play by play break that down for 40 people. Let's disregard the fact that I have a YouTube channel that I struggle having time for. Let's disregard the fact that I have a real life outside of this game. Let's disregard let's disregard the fact that I was dating at the time, that I have a full-time job. No, there's nobody who has time for that. So I made a video that it's always entertaining to me the amount of people, and I had to come out and say something. The amount of people that get offended when you don't respond when they DM you a question on Discord, I consider turning it off completely. But I like people to message me about God. I'll always keep it on for people who want to message about God and like, oh, I'm struggling with my faith minish, or like that's when it's like, okay, I'll answer your questions. But any of you guys talking about like useless game crap with me on a one-on-one. If it's something quick like, hey Minish, where'd I go for this? I'll throw a guide at you. Like, I'll help you out. But for people who are going like, okay, Minish, can you explain the secrets of the universe? I just like stare into the abyss. And then, I mean, I follow advice that follows up with reason. Like, you made really good points. So I was like, yeah, no brainer. Time to invest. Amen. Will it keep crashing further? It's too much. There's too much movement. Like, I only tell people sure things, snickerdoodle. If you want, I can speculate, but I don't recommend listening to me when I speculate. Will I be better than most? Absolutely. But I don't try to give advice when it's a speculative market. I only try to give advice when it's sure thing. Like, I told everybody I thought the RP was going to crash at least a little bit. It crashed way more than I thought it would. But I knew it was going to crash. Uh, I told people like about what he just brought up and how to make money. That's because those were at such a low point and so undervalued that those would rebound. If this is the new normal for RP, it might be because people continue to invest in RP despite it being as low as you want. 2.7 used to be the non-event season price for RP, and the fact that we're seeing it as low as it is for as long as it is means that people continue to put more RP into the game at 1.5. So like I think RP just might be cooked, but I'm okay with that because I'm just gonna sit on my equivalent of $900 worth of RP, and I am just gonna buy donos every month. It's not like I'm not gonna use it. And the reality is I converted at the perfect time. I made multiple billions of yen, and I have nothing to worry about anymore. As long as I don't start egging again, financially, I'm well off. You know, as long as I don't do stupid stuff like pop charms. Like my main expenditure is lepers. Are charms worth it? No. Unless you're egging, they're not worth it. Unless you are egging, charms are not worth it. I love this cup I bought. I love this cup I bought. But if you are egging, it's worth it. When did you stop using charms? I stopped using charms when events ended. Sometimes I use a charm when, like, for instance, Shunting links me a lot of charms. Pato leaves a lot of charms. I'll link a charm for my teammates just because I wanna. They've been linking charms to me, and even though it's not a good investment, it's like something nice I can do for my teammates sometimes, you know. But in general, if you're not egging, charms are not worth it. Like the value proposition and the schizo odds, and there are people who stand by that donor status isn't worth it. I'm always gonna have donor status, but there are people who stand by the fact that they don't think donor status is worth it. And I think there's a good argument to be made that it isn't. But shiny charms, I'm from a time where shiny charms used to be given out for free on the New Year's event. The Lucky Reds used to, the old Lucky Reds used to give shiny charms out of them. For the price of charms, you can get more bang for your buck out of donor status, infinitely more, yeah. And there's even an argument to be made that people are continuing to be under odds without donor status. But I think that's just a good example of how spaghetti code the game can be. Is it only the English community complaining about the game? No, the Chinese did a boycott before Pat did. That's crazy. Your mint red versions are going for 30 grand. One of my buddies just texted me. Near mint fire reds are going for 30 grand. Still worth less than my Pokemon box, but the Pokemon box was only at the New York Pokemon Center for 4 years. Do you guys want to see some flexes? The Chinese went off when they nerfed the E4. The forums was constant flood of Chinese playing writing about it. The Chinese hate the game. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. From what I've heard and what I've had Google translated to me, and a couple of my Chinese friends, they have the exact same opinions I do. And particularly as he just said, the E4 nerf ruined people. E4 nerf, the Chinese were crashing out so hard over the E4 nerf. Like their wrath, they are just like so many Chinese players quit about the E4 nerf. And then they got rid of the Scrippy mod, which a lot of Chinese were using too. Oh yeah, yeah. And it's not even like it's like you have reduced resources. When you make a very specific mon in PokeMMO and breeding, that's millions, you know? When you breed specific like mons for specific like versions of a strat, it's such a resource sink. And then to like use these mons to farm resources and then to have it be adjusted after you make these mons, it's so detrimental to the player. And then they're wondering why players quit. Like I still can't imagine the amount like I lost half my audience when the Ditto strat got nerfed, the Vaporeon strat got nerfed, not nerfed, got gutted. I was surprised to learn how many Chinese players there are. Yeah, it's like 3 times the size of our community, if not more. My E14 cost 7 million. Yep. Oh yeah, I know the game has a huge Asian player base. Yep. I have 2 different teams, 15 mil. Yep. And then now you can't use them. So sad that so many people sell their alphas. Do devs actually listen or take into consideration my input? No. My input? No. Well, I did a legal case. I threatened legal action one time, and I made a huge difference because they changed the TOS to close legal loophole that I was going to press charges for. And now be, now the support staff doesn't do copy and paste messages, and they don't automatically close tickets. That is my main contribution to PokeMMO. But since then that's nuked my reputation. And I asked for a Ditto trading system for 4 years, and it took until just like less than a year ago for us to finally get a Ditto box trading system. So do they listen to my input? I think I cause ripples for the Ditto box trading system, but that can't be accredited just to me. I was one of the main people pushing for it, but that can't be accredited just for me. That's just a good change that the community as a whole has been asking for. The only thing that can definitively have been asked for me is I caused the TOS to get changed, where it says you have no ownership over your account, and the closing of support tickets doesn't happen, not without like you getting actually helped. Did I get a new mouse? No, I'm still using the same mouse. I'll just use my keyboard if I get a shiny. I love my mouse too much to replace it. I remember around 2017 to 2018 there was a massive Malaysian player base, and then boom, English Global was full of them. Yeah, that makes sense too. Oh, we popped a charm. Thank you, Pato. Oh, dude, but I was just stalking your. I'm stalking some of your OTs. 2022. 2022. And 2022 and 2020. So when I first started playing in 2021, I walked away from the Halloween event with 80 million in my pocket. That wasn't off investing. That was just literally grinding the game. That's impossible today, but adjusted, that would be $800, right? Because we said it's 10 million for 100 RP, so it'd be like $800 doing free to play easy. And then we did the group content, which was the Christmas event, and we were making about 13 million in a 24-hour run. It was very stressful, and I had no fun doing it. But I walked away with what would be considered another $800 games. And then I spent a little bit of money in between that. And the anniversary event came out. The anniversary event was amazing. They gave us alphas. They gave us hidden abilities. The community was super stoked for hidden abilities. They gave us Wheezing, now gained the ability that reduces intimidates, and lets you hunt Zora, and just made shiny hunting a lot better, having the neutralizing gas ability. Yeah, I'd place the best time frame around 2019 to 2023, with it peaking in 2022. Yeah, I agree. I completely agree with that sentiment based off my own experience. And then 2023 was still really good, but then it fell off. Yeah, I used to be able to make a passive $7 million a week. Just by doing like one gym rerun a day and just payday farming casually, you would make a passive 7 million a week. Good old days. What's up, souls? But then people weren't spending money back then. So they realized that if they reduce players' way of earning money, they would make more money, and they've been doing it ever since. We're doing really good, man. Just shiny hunting. We caught a ban for Pokemon names. We got a warning for Pokemon names. That was crazy. So I had to figure out my Pokemon's old names. I learned about the shiny locking bot mechanic, and I think I was locked back in 2018 after being third gym and farming Dittos for hours and assumed getting it was in the game back then. Yeah, it was. They never, all those years they told you there was no shiny hunting locking mechanic. Well, they lied to us. It wasn't until Petrowski accidentally got shiny locked that they told us they've been lying to us for years. Because he publicly would have been shiny locked with his shiny only series that he tried to do. And they warned him. It would have been funny though if they didn't warn him and then they let him shiny hunt on his little YouTube channel for like a year and just never told him he was locked. I think it was Epoch who asked about it. Epoch didn't ask about it. Yeah, they only let us know when they were about to be caught. How nice of them. Yeah. It was because Pat was doing like a shiny only series where he's gonna beat him in a Rumo, I think. I believe it was Rumo. Him and Rumo were gonna do a shiny only series, and they're gonna race to see who could beat Big Four first. I thought it was Rumo, not Epoch. I'm not 100%. I know it was Pat and somebody else. They were doing a challenge. Might have been Epoch. I really interacted with Epoch once he got false banned for trading RuneScape money. Oh, there was a guy. The most painful one I read was a guy who had been shunting in Petalburg woods and had 4,000 hours and put a lot of money into the game. And then the devs gave him all their money back and gave him extra donor statuses as if it was all okay. And the reality is he would have kept hunting there without ever knowing. And around the same time they started flagging accounts more heavily for paydaying. And they started giving an automated copy and paste message. The mods would post this message saying that it's a random and automatic system whenever people got flagged. And it turns out there was a flagging system, and I had to drag it out because I was getting like one every 10 minutes on stream. And they tried that, and so many people besides me were doing support tickets. They had an automatic response for it whenever somebody submitted it, and they would automatically close the tickets and just lie to your face and tell you it was an automatic system. It was so bad. The only lock mechanic is when you don't progress the story after 12 hours or so, and they have like 8 badges, right? Or am I missing something? That's the only confirmed lock mechanic. But these are the same people that said there was no such thing as shiny locks for upwards of 10 years until there was shiny locks. So now they're like, okay, this one that someone accidentally discovered and there'd be no way to talk our way out of is the only lock. I doubt it. I doubt it. Yeah. And then there are Ditto catching and GTL bots that go unchecked. Yeah, exactly. Only the real players get hurt. I've done 3 regions, so I'm fine. Yeah, you're fine. No. Allegedly. The shiny lock where people got locked for playing more than 16 hours was done. So that one's not confirmed souls, but that one's likely. Also, like flagged accounts having reduced odds isn't confirmed, but it is likely. And I would be one of the biggest victims because I used to do marathon streaming sessions all the time. To pick you up on our very first date. Is it cool if I hold your hands? I've heard you talk about the captcha system or something briefly on YouTube, but I don't know what you're even encountering them. It's a long. So effectively, right? If I am using the move Payday, and the wild Pokemon across from me is level 50, right? If the wild Pokemon across from me is level 50, and I use the move Payday, I will get 500 Pokeyen. So per encounter, for about 40 seconds of effort, I can get 500 Pokeyen. And if the Pokemon I'm using has the ability Pickup, then that means I have a chance at picking up a free item, such as an upgrade in Island 5 Meadow, which can be sold for 12k, or used to be able to be sold for 12k. So you would have a good money-making strategy while you shiny hunt. You just use a move, you lose an extra 40 seconds per encounter, and you're getting an income generated for yourself. And it's going to offset the cost of lures, so you're not hemorrhaging money, which is what lures were designed to do. So what happens if you earn a set amount of money? For instance, I did a lot of testing. I saw it kicking in whenever you started making over 200,000 a day. You would get like flagged with recaptchas, like an automatic system where you'd get flagged with recaptchas telling you to like quit it. And all the mods' response was to do something else or stop doing as much Payday. And it's like, no, dude, it's a free mechanic. Why can't I earn income for myself? And then if you do it enough, your entire account gets flagged. Where every time you use the move Payday, every 20 minutes, it would trigger a recaptcha. If you go into my video talking about it, you'll see that I'm talking about the recaptchas, and I was like, when I first went against the devs, I was like my first negative video against them. Because I'm gonna be honest, people don't remember this, but 2 years ago I was a dev glazer. Believe it or not, I used to be a dev glazer. Anyway, so you'll see in the video I get a recaptcha on my first time using Payday because my account was flagged. And it wasn't until I got correspondence with Q and Desu that they confirmed my account was indeed flagged. And there is a flagging system. The game was in a way better state 2 years ago. Thank you. But I also feel bad because I used to shut down discussion. Like Pete would tell me the game was getting worse. I wasn't ever that bad. But I was just full of love for this game. But I would shut down negative sentiments. Like, people got really upset when they added lures because you couldn't get shinies for free anymore. You couldn't get starters for free anymore. And I thought they were retarded. People were complaining that the alpha mechanic was a cash grab, which it is. And I said, you're retarded, just ignore it then. In the end of the day, the devs could literally tell us, you can choose not to play, to which most of us, including me, don't have an answer except to quit when I don't enjoy it. Yeah. That's true. That is 100% true. I think about it. I can't wait to drive 3 hours to LA, chat. I can't wait to drive 3 hours to LA and then go out to eat. Woo! You better believe I'm going to be shiny hunting on my drive over. Happy travels. You mean Sean for 3 hours, Dele, true. Based, Dungo, based. Dungo, were you the one who commented on my video, "You're a bad driver"? This comment stuck with me because I agreed with you so much. You're like, I made a forum post about if you can't drive while you shiny hunt, you're a bad driver. And I'm like, that is so true. Somebody made that comment on my YouTube. I'm like, yes! I am like unironically the best driver. Never been in an accident. I drive all the time. 29 years, not even a speeding ticket. And I put the phone in my field of view, and I can just tap 2 buttons. I don't do it when I'm turning, but I tap 2 buttons. And if I get a shiny, I have to like slow down or like be really careful with it, which has happened. I've gotten like 11 driving shinies, but like if you're not getting a shiny, you're just encountering, it is brain dead. You hit the sweet set button, you get rid of all of your other phone like options, and it's fine. You can easily drive while you shiny hunt. It looks like you're changing songs. Like there's a cop. It looks like you're just changing songs because every like 40 seconds you go. And if you've been shiny hunting as long as I have, you know the timing like with your eyes closed. Like I can turn on audio cues and shiny hunt frame perfect. Like I know when I need to look away. Like and then I'll turn away right now, and then it'll throw the ball out right about now, and then I should be able to hit right now. Yep. Here, I'll do my eyes closed because you guys could say I'm looking at something. All right, should be coming out right now. Ball coming out, and I should land. I can do it right now. Pokemon should be coming out, landing right now. Should be able to do it now. And guys, my YouTube setup can see this. I have monitors here. There is no monitor back there. I played the game blindfolded for 120,000 encounters. Until I got the Scraggy. Microcontrollers work too good for that too, yeah. Work too good for that. Been playing for 2 weeks. And I can do this now. Yeah, exactly. Any self-respecting hunter knows like the exact time without like any audio cues when you can jump. It just stinks when it has intimidate or it has like nauseous gas. It's like slightly off and it bugs you. Need Squid, are you watching the stream right now? Do you still want to join board? We have room. Maybe let's do a purge. What, Hex really quit, huh? There we go. Ah, thank you, Lol. Good to see you, boss. How you been? Is there any shiny legendaries currently in the game? There's plenty of shiny legendaries. Multiple shiny Articunos, multiple shiny Zapdoses. There's even a shiny Alpha Suicune, which is crazy because that's a raid only mod. What? There's 6 pages of 6x0 ferrets. That's interesting. If you buy one, that's like an instant ban for RMT. Fine, fine. The bounty shunts are funny. Heck yeah. I was looking at what people are asking for 2 billion. The amount of people asking for 2 billion is crazy. What's global chat saying? Mods are paid just to sign an online contract and never spill the beans. Staff members are useless. Yeah, I joined. Yeah, I joined the discussion. Staff members are volunteer. Staff members are useless. All monitors. Proud of that one. Ba-ba. There's some cool shinies. Don't talk to Enzo like that? I'll talk to Enzo like that. He's exactly who I thought of when I said it. Got a warning in global earlier for saying Gulp and D's. Can't win them all. Yep. He's been a staff member for years, and we talked about issues with the game prior to him becoming a mod, and none of the issues were corrected during his duration of being a mod. So, him being a staff member, he didn't petition for anything that has impacted the player community positively. Therefore, I stand by the fact that they're useless hall monitors. And right now, they're hosting a catch event, which causes players to lose money. So I stand by. Staff members are useless hall monitors. Is this Luio officials? Unknown OTs. It's tragic. Your thoughts on RP falling down this much? I saw it coming. I didn't see it coming like this low, but I saw RP falling off. There was too many people converting money into the game. There's way too many people joining, converting money into the game. And for whatever reason, people kept investing into RP under the brain dead mentality that RP always goes up. Therefore, it's going to go up this time, which just wasn't the case. And it made no sense that that would be the case. And you started seeing an overall recession in the value of items in commercial goods that were of high volatility. And yeah, then it was like, oh, wow, RP is still somehow maintaining the same value. What do you think is going to happen? Like, and then of course it happened, you know? Of course it happened, and then worth nothing now. Nobody's shocked except Kaya. Yeah, no problem, boss. Thought you liked it. I'll be around. Let me know, boss. We needed NPC to convert 1 KRP to 2.5 minimum. That's not even a bad idea. At that point, it's a WoW token, but yeah. That's not even a bad idea. That unironically would. That's not even a bad idea. That increased the. Yeah, that actually fixes it. Yeah, I think it worked quite well. Yeah, that fixed the value of RP. Yep, it's a good idea. Were you inspired by my idea, user? Exactly. That just puts a floor on it, and then it'll cause the value to go up to reasonable levels and encourage players to donate. That's actually a really good idea for them. Good. I messaged a 10K for a 31 IV shiny. I mean, for a 31 IV, you can cash in for 10K flat. Yep. I just started playing again and forgot to go for Pheno count. Let's see admin. Make sure you get your decks done so you get access to mouse over. Blue balls. Almost panicked. I love that the GTL has issues loading now. It's so awesome that they're adding new glitches every day. So going to sleep at 0 a.m. in Switzerland, see you around. Hey, have a good one, boss. Appreciate your viewership. Gosh. The only updates we get are new glitches. True. $60 million for a utility alpha Banette isn't bad. You can use a Frisk Banette. Could have a utility alpha, you know? This could be your Q Charmer too. The reason I have no faith in devs is they can't even fix the little things. Like liar NPC dialogue. Bro, they still say you can get a horde in Skypillar. I put a ticket in over 2 years ago. They broke the ribbons and it took them 9 months to fix it on an event patch, which they nerfed other things. This game is so cooked it's not even funny, bro. Looking at the market. Let's see what we're looking at. Thoughts on PokeForce? It's a different style game than PokeMMO. I think there are going to be a lot of people who play both, or give somebody else a different experience and maybe they gravitate. But it's never going to be a replacement for MMO. Like, it's going to be its own game if they keep their direction and love it. Like, I've had interviews with their head developers. I think they have a better upfront management that actually love their game and still have passion. But, like, this game is, like, 15 years ahead in development, and PokeForce will never be able to match its resources. Rotom, Swarm, Hoenn. Thanks, Pat, for the call out. But, yeah, there's a lot of moving parts. Yeah, a lot of moving parts. Oh, there's a comp, Hunting Gatherer, Teddy Ursa. This was somebody's main mod. Even Cherish Ball, but all Boris Particles. That's a good deal if any of you guys are interested, chat. He has a 6x31 Boss Particles Shiny Teddy Ursa with Honey Gatherer. Or you probably use this pickup. Don't use this Honey Gatherer yet. That's a good value. Pretty like him young. Wow, Berry Forest Munchlax. Yeah, somebody earlier was telling me they got a shiny Dragonite 6x31 or 5x31, and they paid a $30 million for it, right? This is exactly what I was saying. I just saw a Kingdra. Let's see, where's the Kingdra? If only it worked. Yeah, see, there's a Kingdra, 5x31, Dragon, similar egg group. See the particles. Yeah, nothing special particle-wise, 38 million. And this is on the high. But you can usually get a nice dragon egg group breeder for about 28 million to 36. And look, 35 million high dragon. So if he paid 30 million, he did pretty good. And remember, this is what they're asking. This is what it's selling for. Yeah, high dragon 32, and this is a male breeder. This is good value. Like 32 could breed with any dragon. 5x31, missing 130, so pretty much a 6x31 for 32 with a couple particles. Like that's not amazing value, but it's okay value, you know? Yeah, 29 mil. Same right he just paid. Congratulations to the people who wasted all their money in April Fools. Great job, moderators, scamming your community and causing them to waste money on balls who don't know any better. I hope you feel accomplished. Is that a mod that shows the natures that are actually without hovering over them? I'm not sure. I think it's just like that. But I was looking at the market. Crazy. 5x31. Wow. Wow. This is bug get group, so it's a little cheaper, but that's almost 6x31. Five by 31 Dragon, Haxorus, 27, nice. Good value. Dino, 5x31, 26, undercut. Man, they're undercutting each other like crazy in the Dragon market. All right, that's enough messing with the GTL chat. Appreciate y'all tuning in today. I'm gonna raid out and I'm gonna drive to Los Angeles and go see my wife, and I'm gonna be at Universal tomorrow. I appreciate all you wonderful people and all the support you give me. I hope you had fun. I had fun. And I love you guys. Appreciate y'all. Let's see who's playing PokeMMO. Yeah, but sorry for the more negative sentiment, guys. Oh, thank you, Word Over World. Appreciate you. Yeah, sorry for the more negative sentiment today, guys. But channels type for PokeMMO. Let's see. What do we got? This guy is Island 5 hunting, which means he knows what he's doing. We'll raid this person. Alright, we're gonna raid this person. Appreciate y'all tuning in today. Love y'all. God is good. Take care. Appreciate y'all tuning in. Bye, y'all. It was fun. Peace, peace. And here is the raid command. Copy this. Yep, exactly. Thank you, Pete. Copy that if you are subbed. And anyway, bye, guys. All right, let's end YouTube.